Hey, Chakra King Block. Hey, my Nick. Hey, baby. We coming. Hey, Miss Rod.
Okay, you page 3 now.
What happened?
Page 3. Page 2.
Hello, everybody. Welcome,
How do
and
we
welcome.
need to start in here?
Hey, Tracy. Hey, Sugar Light. Nick. Jackie Love. Jackie Love. Let's get this show started.
That's how these pictures got this. That's right.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, you did a lot wrong. And when they find out and they come to get you, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. I'm just addressing y'all right quick because I want y'all to know he lying. He lying through his teeth. And everybody that's riding with him over there, y'all stupid. Y'all gonna go down with this clown. Porsche, all of y'all over there, y'all gonna go down with him. Y'all might as well get away from him now, cause when he go down, they gonna take the whole lot of y'all. You know what they call that? Accessories. Y'all know what this dude doing. Y'all know what he done did. So guess what? Y'all ain't gonna be able to say y'all ain't, cause he put it all on video. He put it all on video, y'all. I just want to talk about evidence. And I want to address carbonation. I want to address something because a lot of people, y'all don't know the tactics that they use. They use tactics on each other to keep each other in bondage. All right. If y'all don't realize y'all need to get out of there before it happened to y'all, y'all need to get out of there. Like y'all need to leave and try to get some normalcy in your life. Try to get some normalcy in your life because it's gonna be really bad on y'all. And I'm praying that y'all wake up and y'all just get the strength to leave this situation. If you want to reach out to your parents or to your family and get the hell out of there, y'all can do it. When the other ones come at you and wanna put a chokehold on you to keep you there, you need to fight your way through it and get the hell up out of there. All y'all kids that want to leave, I'm telling you, Val, you too, you need to get out of there with that baby while you can.
Please let us go. You said you were taking us downhill. You said you wanted to come in the room to get your shorts. You had all last night. You had all this rise and you didn't even pick her up. I asked you. I said, do you want to pick her up? You said nothing and walked right past her. Don't act like that is what you want now. And you still didn't try and spend time with her.
All I'm saying is that
Don't touch her.
no one is trying to hold you hostage. Relax.
It's love, bro.
That's all I'm saying. No one is trying to hold you here. All we saying
Right?
is we
I already know what's going on, y'all. I already know what's going on. They was just walking up on me. They told me we were about to leave, and then we're not leaving. Now we're having this. So that's what y'all just saw it. Y'all already saw it. I don't have to defend myself.
When I started to speak out about how I was feeling, it got very physically abusive. And every time I went back and like every time I left and went back, it got more physically abusive. Like every single time it got worse. It didn't get better. And so I remember on one instance we were sitting in the car. This was the live that I lied on when my dad had got onto the live with Nature Boy to address him hitting me in the van when we were driving across Mexico.
What's up, baby girl?
Peace and blessings to you.
What's up, Pops? How you feeling? I have a question. There's 3 parts to this question, though. Okay. What's up? So take a ride with me in the van. And I don't know what happened, but you open hand, bust Velvet in the face and bust her nose, and both vans had to pull over so y'all could take care of it. And your comment to her was, see what you made me do? Our question is, why you did that? Why you did that? Can I answer your question? Yeah. Because I was upset with her.
Nature Boy didn't really say he hit me or not. He didn't deny it, but he didn't take responsibility for it. And my dad was heated. And I remember lying in that video and telling everybody, like, trying to take up for Nature Boy and trying to protect him and trying to make it seem like, you know, everything was good, and it wasn't. And I remember being in the car and he was talking to a whole bunch of women, and I was pregnant. I was like maybe 6-7 months pregnant, and I asked him about him doing that, and I didn't want him to do it, and I politely, told him that I feel, I don't feel good about it. So he got mad at me, and because I didn't want to him, and because I was giving him the cold shoulder and not allowing him to express himself to me, he just started hitting me in my head. Like he started like slapping me in my head like this as I'm sitting there. And I believe at the time Aaron was there, I believe he was there, but multiple people was there at the time. Flo was there, Rambo, Serenity, I think Sheba was there also, Tron was there, I think Joy was there, Musa, yeah. So he's slapping me in my head, and all of a sudden my nose starts to bleed, and he pulls over the car and he's like, I'm about to pass out pretty much. And he's like putting water on my face, and he's like slapping me. He's like, get up while I'm pregnant. And I'm just looking at him like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, and then he puts me back in the car, and the next thing you know, he's telling me how much he's sorry. Now he's playing music to win me over. He's romancing me in front of everybody. He's telling me how much he loves me and how much he just wants to do this with me and do that with me. And then there's this gaslighting of romanticism, and I fall for it. Fast forward, I have the baby. Multiple stuff has happened during this time. Like, before I had the baby, I had to give him head every night And I had chose to start to give him head every night because as a woman, I had decided that I was going to support my man. And anybody who knows me knows that when I am into a relationship with someone, or I consider myself to be in a relationship with someone, I don't take that lightly. I take that very seriously. I'm very wholeheartedly dedicated and committed to the relationship that I get into when I do get into one. So I had dedicated giving him head every night. And it became overwhelming for me because I would be super big and pregnant and he still would be asking me for head. And I just, at that point in my journey, I just allowed him to sleep. Like, he already was sleeping with every woman that had touched ground in carbonation, but I had got lenient with him sleeping with everyone because before those initial times where I started getting frustrated with the sexual activity, he was like telling me like, I'm just gonna go have sex with her right quick, like she's gonna be your sister. And I would like be super mad because he would want to have sex with them, and then it would have like every time he had sex with somebody it would be a show, because I would be so mad and he would have to like give me all of these gifts and give me everything I want and treat me like the queen to make me feel better and all of this extra stuff. So and he did that to win me over. And he calls it he says that I'm spoiled. No, bitch, I'm a woman, and that shit you shouldn't be doing to no real woman. And it's something that other women are going through as well, and I wish to seek to help them out of their situation too. Any woman that's going through this. I cut my mind off during the pregnancy. I cut my mind off to the sexual activity because it stressed me out so much. So I had to focus on having Eliana. So when I had her, he did not let me rest properly. He was always downplaying my strength. He was always calling me weak. And Serenity went through the same thing when she had her child, the beautiful baby Zen. He would always tell her how weak she was and how she needed to leave and she didn't need to be there because she was weak-minded and, she wasn't strong enough physically. And, he did that to me too. And he put me in a situation where he made me feel like I had nothing else to turn to. I had no one else to rely on to support me in that pregnancy. So I started to rely on the women that was around me who he was having sex with, and they took care of me. They helped me through my pregnancy, which I was grateful for because that was Eliana was a very hard pregnancy for me. And the reason why I believe it was a hard pregnancy was because he does not allow people to have medical attention there. And this is why Mama Dia passed away when she was there in carbonation, because nobody is being taken care of properly. Everybody's being fucked mentally, but the physical body is like not even a factor. So when the women get pregnant, these women are not taking prenatal vitamins. They are not getting ultrasounds. They are not getting any medical attention that they need to ensure that the baby is not going to be coming out with any complications or anything like that. And so the least that he does is take you to get a checkup to see the gender of the baby, or to just see if the baby's okay one time and then wait for you to have it just to see how it's going to come out, because he doesn't care about the children that he's bringing into this world. Neither does he care about the women that's having these children into this world. Neither is those other men care about those women and who they're getting pregnant enough to seek their medical attention, because anybody knows that having a baby is not something that you should be playing with. When I exaggerated I didn't even exaggerate the pain. The pain was actually bad as, like, my pregnancy was excruciating pain. But what I had to do in my situation was I had to amp up a little bit, because Nature Boy downplayed me so much. He downplayed my strength and called me weak so much that he was looking at me like I was a hypochondriac or that I was like doing too much. So I had to hype to get sent to the hospital. As soon as I hit the hospital, they had to put a catheter and drain me. They had to check to see how many centimeters I was dilated. I had to have immediate medical attention because of the complications that were taking place at the time, because I did not have medical attention. So this is another reason why I'm speaking out and making this video, because there are pregnant women there. There are children there. There are things that happen there that should not be happening. And like I told you, I've took the necessary precautions and steps to protect myself. So now he's running so that he doesn't get caught up in his own shit. He has to go run off into another jurisdiction so that he doesn't get served. So with that being stated, these women I feel bad for. I have been around these women to see the pain and the torture in their eyes and how they feel, and yes, they're subjecting themselves to it, but it's like it's something mental that they're going through. It's not anything that's like logical, that's like conscious, like up to the front, like common sense. It's more like spiritual and mental that they're facing in order to come to an understanding and you know, just come to an understanding of what they're going through in their life. And I've been there, and that's why I know, because I've been there when it comes to physically abusing a woman, not getting women the proper treatment that they need when they're around you, harassing, sexually harassing, physically harassing women, raping women. You understand? That's right. When a woman does not want to have sex with a man and he pushes up on her and threatens her because she doesn't want to have sex with him, or threatens her in any kind of way, mentally, emotionally, physically, whatever it is, that's rape. That's rape.
Rape. That's rape.
Period.
That's rape.
So,
Rape. YouTube.
A messenger of God, a messenger of, you know, purity, is not going to be displaying none of those characters, none of those characteristics. As time went on, I had the baby, and I started to get even more stressed out because, first of all, I didn't want to raise my child like this. Second of all, he started doing weirdo shit. Like, this nigga, one time I woke up to him having sex with Aya. Mind you, Aya had helped me during the process with Eliana. When I gave birth and everything, I was so physically exhausted that I needed help. So she helped me, and she would help me hold her at night when she would get up and cry and stuff. So one time I woke up to him having sex with Aya while she was holding Eliana. Bitch. I got up and I reached over and I grabbed him. Was like, what do you mean what I'm doing? Like, y'all having sex and Eliana is right here. Like, what the fuck do you mean? What am I doing? And he was like, no, leave Eliana alone. Come engage. So he wanted me to engage. And at that moment, I put Eliana down and I started engaging on some real honesty shit. I started engaging because I did not want it to be a physical fight. Nature Boy used to abuse me physically because I did not want to do and participate in what he wanted me to. I literally have bruises, like scratches still on my being right now from the turmoil that me and him had been fighting each other through. So after everything was over, I took my baby and I never gave her back to Eliana like I never gave Eliana back to Aya like that ever again. Because as a woman, why would you even go outside of those boundaries to do that? Like, have sex with a child in your arms, my nigga? Someone else's child in your arms, and you think that, like, that's okay? Like, no, my nigga, no. And so it got to the point where I felt like I had to protect Eliana at every moment, because I didn't know if he was going to try to fucking have some type of sexual activity in front of her face. So I was at that point in my journey, I was like, I don't want to have sex at all. I don't want to do this. I want to be around y'all. So I started getting feisty. And this is when y'all see me cussing online and hitting him online and saying all of this shit online and, you know, making a scene, and he's recording me making a scene because I did not agree. what was going on. Now, the reason why I had continued to support him and stay and protect him was because he was the father of my child, and I felt like we can work things out. All you have to do is just listen to a couple points that I make, and we can get through this together. That was the reason why I stayed. So now that I have come to terms with the fact that will never be the case, it's easier for me to cut this nigga the fuck off. You're creating a monster. The children, if you have a child with Nature Boy and you continue to be with him, you're going to create a monster. You're not going to be creating someone angelic. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. And as much as I wanted to make it work, and as much as I tried to make it work, I couldn't. Happy. I had to make it seem like I was happy. So all of the times that y'all had seen me on live, you know, the marriage, like all that, I did not want to do any of that. I did not want to get married. I did not want to get on live. I did not want to talk. I did not want to say nothing. I didn't want to protect him. But I couldn't speak out because I knew that would become physically abusive for me. I knew that I wasn't gonna be able to reel my documents in that way. So what I did was I participated in all the sexual activity. Like, it got to the point where he separated the women and the men, and he put us in 2 different houses, and he was in the house with the women, and the men were neglected, pretty much. And when he got all the women in the house together, that same day, he had proceeded to have sex with everybody. That same day, all of the women, including me. And he did whatever he wanted to with us, whatever he wanted to, and he did it for about 2 weeks until, you know, the other women were like, well, Zoka, she wanted to be with Solar, and she was pregnant, you know, with Solar's baby, so she wanted to be with him, and Nature Boy was still having sex with her, and she didn't have a choice. She didn't have a choice.
Nateri gonna win her case. Nateri gonna win her case, baby.
So she slept with him, and he wanted to. And Sheba wanted to be with him. Sheba wanted to be with Nature Boy. So she went behind True with True's child to have sex with Nature Boy, and they did. And she was wanting to have a relationship with Nature Boy, with True's baby, with True there. And that didn't work out though, because Nature Boy doesn't like Sheba like that. So all of the other women want to have sex with him. Everybody's competing to have sex with him. And why he's got me out there sucking dick, why he's got me out there for everybody to see me in my essence.
Revenge porn again.
That shit's not cool, man.
That's that revenge
That shit's
porn
not
again.
cool, man, at all. Like, at all. And while he's out there trying to make it seem like I'm this sexual deviant or whatever, I'm telling you. So after a while, you know, with the sexual activity and stuff, I had to zone out. Like, I had to zone out because I needed to get my documents, and I couldn't do that if I was to cause a scene and fight like I usually do. So, but in the inside, I was so hurt because at this point in my journey, like, every time I'll be around him, he'll separate me and Eliana. Like, I can't have a relationship with Ellie. I can't be a mother to Eliana. I have to rely on Aya and Efru and Malia to take care of my child and change her to the point where Eliana would cry and scream and hit them because she didn't want them to change her diaper. And so she would cry for me. And every time I would go to console her or caress her, you know, he would be like, oh, you always run into the child. You always run into Eliana to you know, protect you and this and that. And I'm like,
come back with your phone?
I just want to put out there that nobody deserves to be treated like that. And even if people do go back and forth or whatever the case may be, like, you have to get to know somebody to understand why they do the things that they do and why they react the way that they react. Like, you have to get to know them. You have to talk to them. You can't just put them in a box and judge them for just off that alone. Because these people are really hurt as children. They really are. And I was at one point in time. These people are really hurt. And so I had to neglect my daughter in that process. And that shit hurt me a lot. Because he was making it seem like I was supposed to put him over Eliana. And
baby job.
I couldn't put him over Eliana. So, you know, it got very hard for me at the end. And then we had got on live one day, and I was so mad. I was just so mad in this live, but I was trying to keep it all together. And I remember I'm like, I don't want to be on live. Like, get me, you know, I even went live the next day after to make it seem like, you know, I'm cool with everything to, you know, get my documents. So after a while, he had my passport and my ID closest to him. So as I'm doing everything that he wants me to do, you know, I have to like him having sex with all the women, like, all of these women in the house was walking around naked. All of them was walking around naked in front of the children. Like, in front of the children. Like, in front of the children. And I told him, I said, in that moment in time, I was like, I don't want to be naked. I don't want to walk around naked. And he was like, you out of tune. You need to get in tune. You need to do what I tell you to do. Because I have your best interest. Da-da-da-da. Woo-da-woo. And I was like, no, you don't. In my mind, I was like, no, you don't. So, you know, it got to a point where if I wouldn't be naked or if I wouldn't conform, then he would physically abuse me. So I just got naked. I just tied something around my waist because the other woman was like walking ass up naked. And I was the first woman to put the wrap around my waist and just have my boobs out. And so they started doing that with me or whatever. But me and Eliana, you know, we would be together on occasion and I would just sit with her and stuff. And after some time, man, we had moved after some time. And when we moved, he started like breaking up Syrian and Mente had left because Syrian had experienced, she didn't want to be there at all because of how he was doing things and how he was portraying himself to be. So she didn't want to be there, and so she left. And then that's when all of the women started, you know, breaking apart. Sheba went back to be with True, and you know, Malia was contemplating on going back and be with Pice and all this extra stuff, but they're so in love with Nature Boy that, you know, they want to be with him. You're creating a monster. The children, if you have a child with Nature Boy and you continue to be with him, you're going to create a monster. You're not going to be creating someone angelic. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. And as much as I wanted to make it work, and as much as I tried to make it work, I couldn't.
If he don't think you got protection and he let you come between you and your family, he gonna fuck over you. And I told you that. I told you that long time ago. I told all my girls. And I'm telling all y'all women out there now, if y'all got family and y'all let a man come between you and your family, and that nigga got ill intentions, he gonna fuck over y'all.
Hello, Phil. Eliana. I don't know what you want to be called, but I love you. And no matter what you decide, I just need you to get out of the situation that you in. Because that ain't no way to live. That ain't no way to live.
Talk to your sister. Talk to your sister. This number 5, y'all. Talking to number 4, giving number 4 some advice.
We love you over here. That's all I gotta say.
Well, you come and say something to you, sis? Come on around here and say something to you, sis. Just the baby boy.
I love you, Val.
That's right. Tell Val you love her, man. And you won't see her soon. Because you're a new uncle 3 times, right? That's right. That's what's up, Val. Like, come on, man. Stop playing. If your grandma, your niece was here, she'll tell you the same thing. If your mama was here, she'll tell you the same thing. If Sweetie or Ariana or all of them was here, they'll tell you the same thing. If your Uncle Steve was here, if your Pyran was here, if all of us here, we'll tell you the same thing. Matter of fact, you know what? All you gotta do is call.
It's been a long time since I cried over her.
What? We all cried over her, Moo. Don't cry, baby girl. You're gonna be all right.
Yeah, Ma.
All I'm trying to do is wake up and get her understanding. All she gotta do is fucking call, because that nigga ain't got shit. That nigga shit, he ain't got shit.
I tell you, boy, Pop's boy did what no other member parent has done. Pops did what no other member parent has done. There's other ones too. He was saying, even when Velda went back again, he said a lot. I'm gonna go find some more of what Pop was saying. And he always let that girl know, I don't care what the world's saying. You always welcome back home. See, that's the thing that the other people like, I don't got nowhere to go. I ain't got nowhere to go. I ain't got nowhere to go. Pops let it be known. Pops let it be known. You always got someplace to go. You always got someplace to go. Always. So rest in peace to Pops, because he was a real Pops. And I'm glad that his spirit is keeping her going. I'm glad his spirit had it to where, as that last time she came back home, she stayed home. And she did not go back. I'm glad his spirit got her talking out and ready to tell everything.
You get a united enemy, and that's how you get people to be able to join forces. You say, well, this is our enemy, let's work together towards the enemy. It's like the man putting you down. To talk to you about the recruitment itself. She's asking you about the red flags, what made you actually join up. I want to know, did he do it in the style where Jackie, you have to commit your resources to everything?
What she was saying at that point, Jackie, is if you have a baby from him, and you keep your child and let him raise that child, you know, you quote unquote staying together because that's the child that you have, you're creating a monster. The same way, warning before destruction. Hey, back Texas cowgirl, welcome. So that's what she meant by you creating a monster. Get your kids away from Nature Nut. Remember, he walks around with no clothes. The same thing when we say free baby Ja. Free baby Ja. It's the reason why we keep saying free baby Ja, because we don't know what that little boy's going to turn out to be. So that's what she's saying, not him in particular. She's talking about the babies.
First, he showed you a pretty picture, but then said, hey, I can't take you in until you commit yourself to a certain level. Because her thing she was talking about, he wanted you to commit fully. He wanted her to go to that place and stay there and say, yo, I'm staying. did he do the same thing to you? Did he tell you, look, if you want to be part of this commune, if you want to be part of this tribe, you have to first commit your resources, you have to first put it all in, and then you were able to see all the bullshit. But like, did he do that to you? Did he try to pretty much get you to commit everything first, and then you were able to see what happened? Is that how it worked, or did he just? Are you just?
He just to be there. He didn't give a fuck about having money. He didn't give a fuck about none of that. He just wanted me as the person to be there.
He wanted you and your influence.
I gave out of the kindness of my heart. I gave because that's what I wanted to bring to the table as my. I came in as an investment, as an investor into a corporation called Carbonation. We were going to make into this big machine. You know what I'm saying? That's what I came into. That's what I was
from you. Daniel, hold on a minute, Daniel. Hold on 1 minute.
I didn't even give them the opportunity to do none of that because I moved so fast with my choices that I was in control. I was on the finance team. Boomy was on the finance team. So we was in a position of power in the community. You know, so we came in with that because we came in on a different relationship with him. He was like a fan of us, like a fan of him. So we were like brothers. He treated me like a bro more than he treated me like loyal or true.
That is true.
He seen them as weak. They were there when we came. They were our trainers. They trained us to take their positions because he knew that we were the. Ain't nobody else out here just being active as us. That's still active as us even till now. And he knows that. And everybody knows that. Everybody sees that. They see that we got the most information because we put the most energy into this because this is our lifestyle. This is us. They're just the face of it.
Okay.
So let me interject and say this really quick. He's a Taurus, although I think he says he's another, but he's a Taurus. Okay, and his Taurus energy, I'm not gonna say all. I'm a female Taurus, and I know myself in my past. Like I said, I had an ugly past, and I didn't do everything correct, and I didn't do the things that were right. But sometimes, when you're being manipulative, you use certain people for certain things, okay? He may see one person for finances. He may see one person, oh, they're smart in certain areas. He may see another, oh, you can do music and you can make me money. It's all, at the end of the day, to accommodate him and his narcissistic way.
There you go, Cherry. That was
Everybody had a certain purpose. He might have seen me and said, oh, you can cook good, you know, because you're a heavy girl, because that's what everybody assumes, heavy girls can cook good. I want you to cook good and take care of the baby. You look like you can take care of the baby. I don't care if you got any money or not, but you look like you can take care of the baby good. Or he might see you and say, oh, damn. Oh, you're skilled in laying carpet? So when we move from place to place, can you lay the carpet or whatever we need to do because I'm looking into buying this property? Oh, wait, you have a good credit score? Oh, well, you can buy a house or a farm or whatever property we need. So therefore, everybody had a certain purpose. And let me tell you something, he lasered in on different people. And each person, when he talked to them, had a certain conversation with them, he knew exactly what he wanted from them. And it was not always money. And it was not always sex. Shaka is an ex. He's from LA like I am, and so we both have a path, and probably seen the strength in Shaka, and was like, okay, this could be like my homeboy, but also to protect me. Also, he has other assets. He's very smart. He knows how. He knew. They had conversations. So each person he sees, he had a different ulterior motive for that person. Okay.
He treated like a subordinate.
Hey, Black Velvet. Hey, baby.
That's what you were saying.
I mean, it was days like he never.
Hey, Queen.
Hey. Guess
what's
what?
going?
I must be really tired. I was looking at it and I saw, hey, Sugar Delight, you was almost in the closet. I saw your name in the chat and I thought it was somebody else's chat. I said, whose chat Sugar Delight up in?
Hey, Damon. No, not what she's talking about. Boss lady, don't get mad. She's speaking upon a negative Taurus. A negative Taurus, not supply. We ain't get to the narcissistic supply yet. She's talking about how some Tauruses work. You know, when they're using their traits for negativity, and it's about them. So she's saying, being that she's a female Taurus, she knows how it. If you use it negative, how it go. A lot of Tauruses, that's how a lot of them get rich. You can do this, you can do that, you can do this, you can do that, as long as it all works for me. So that's what she's speaking upon right there. The narcissistic supply, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. It's like it's not really the same thing because you could use that for the good. Like if you're in business or something like that, that's how a lot of businesses grow. Your talent, all our talents put together is going to make a good business. But he used their talents for himself and for the negativity. Now, when that narcissistic supply come in, that's when the humiliation come in and all. You know the rest. You know what narcissistic supply is. But right now, she's talking about him being a negative Taurus.
Never really was Duke nigga you got no yelling, none of that shit. Like maybe one time
he thought he was king shit. But okay, let me. I don't want to put my personal feelings into this. Maybe I'll let you up after we get through. Okay. I don't want to put my personal feelings into this, but he was head honcho and everybody else was his minion. And he said
that's coming up.
This is what he said plenty of times. So let's get back in the interview. I do not want to get sidetracked. Okay, so Tony, somebody mute Tony, please. I'm gonna interview them, but don't come in my panel. That's one thing I cannot stand is somebody telling me what to do. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Tony is one of your people, Shaka, correct?
No, I don't know Tony.
Mute him. Okay, thank you. Moving on. So Boomy, when you encountered Baba G and you guys had your conversations and whatnot, and you decided to join, do you believe he had an ulterior motive for you as well?
Nicole, terrible.
She don't know no real questions to ask him. She don't know them.
That's a tricky question, but just given the nature of the pattern that I noticed, I have to say yeah. But like Shaka was saying, by me being a grower, I think he valued my skill set on a certain level. Whether he's playing or not on the screen, like in real life, really valued the idea that I could really grow food.
Okay.
Like the first time I ever went live with him, I was showing him my garden, literally showing him soil I had built from scratch myself and the garden, and you know what I'm saying, how just showing him my expertise as far as growing. And he would be real big on going around the group and weighing out who's an asset, who's a liability to the collective, right?
Okay.
And a lot of people, he would be expressing frustration in. He I'm just feeding y'all. Y'all niggas ain't bringing nothing to the table. Y'all ain't helping me stir nothing up. What the fuck? But when he would come to me, he'd be like, but Benny know how to grow. This nigga got a real life skill. Goddamn.
Right, so that's what he's seen in you.
Right.
Okay.
And not only that, we carried ourselves more like men as opposed to the men that's over there.
Okay.
So he was kind of excited to have more men around to be influences over the other younger minded men, so he wouldn't have to be so hands-on, always paying attention to them.
Right. Okay. So I want to get into, because we're going kind of slow, I want to kind of get into the story a little bit more. Okay, hold on just a minute. Is this Velvet in the comments, you guys? Is that who wants to be let up? Is that Velvet?
No, that's Black Velvet.
Okay, do you want me to let her up? It's up to you.
Yeah, you can let her. Come on, Black Velvet. Bring your ass up.
Okay, baby. Okay. Hold on. Open the mic, baby. Come on. You go. All right. So let me. Hi, baby.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to stay long. I'm gonna just ask my question and drop.
Okay.
Shaka,
I have a question. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, Velvet. Hold on a minute, baby. We're just doing the interview. We're gonna have the questions afterwards, okay? Because I really want to try to get through this interview, and then I wanted to go ahead and let everybody have to do questions. So I don't want anybody to feel like I'm, picking you out.
Well,
you know what I mean?
While you're on the subject, if you don't mind, because he's trying to get me to drop before I bring awareness. Shaka, you say you're on the finance team, but is it true or is it not true that you did teach Nature Boy how to do the PPP loan fraud? Because you came on my panel and said that yourself. So are you worried about any repercussions about them coming after you for them for you teaching them how to do the PPP loan fraud?
No, I'm not worried about it.
But you were on the finance team, correct?
He said he was. He said he was. He said he was. Okay, Velvet, baby. Okay, you asked your question, right?
I dropped down, but that's why he don't want me up here.
Okay, baby.
He's only telling half of the story, but I dropped.
No. We haven't even got into the story. We just started, baby. We just started. We haven't even got into the story. So give us some time. Give us some time, Mama. Okay.
Okay. Shaka, if you go tell it all, because some of us know.
Oh, we gonna get into it. Velvet. I just said we gonna get into it. I just said we're gonna get into it. I said we just started, baby. So Queen.
His braids just keep running away from his slow head. Just running away from the slow head, nigga.
Oh God.
Braids is running away from your forehead. That shit start way in the back to the top of the center of his head where you had a soft spot when you were a baby.
It's terrible.
Give us some time and we will get there about the PPP loans and all the other bullshit that happened, okay? We just started. So, okay? Okay, baby. So go ahead and drop to the comments, okay? So I can finish my interview.
Bring her up in Q&A. I'll answer the question. Q&A.
Yeah, we can do Q&A. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. Okay. So let me kick. I just told everybody not to come up here. I said, do not come up here. I don't play.
You're going to have to lock.
As you come up, you will definitely, hold on. I'm going to lock the box, but I'm going to kick too.
Niggas on that bitch.
Yo, drop down, yo. Drop down, because I will fire the laser, baby. I don't play over here. I will fire the laser. I don't care about no views. This is for personal information, and we'll get into that later. Okay? I don't care about no views. Big old. So let's get back into it. Okay, let's not get detoured. I do not want to get detoured. Let's get back into what we were discussing. Thank you. Reel it back in, take a deep breath, and it's gonna be all right, okay? This is a safe space. Okay, thank you. Can you guys please go ahead and, respectfully give the panel, please. I would appreciate it. Okay, so anyways, Libra, you said who's talking to themselves? Libra said who's talking to this? I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point. Okay, so moving right along. Okay, so because I know it's separate times because I seen Boomy there and I didn't see you because Boomy stayed longer than you did. So let's get into some things. So once you were there and when did you guys actually move in together? Like when everybody was in one household? That wasn't in Palenque because.
Well, that was the first time in Palenque. And then like a year later in LA.
Okay, so I remember when you guys were all staying together in LA when they went to hotels. Now, where did they come from before they went to LA? Was it Hawaii? Is that when they got kicked out of Hawaii?
Hawaii, they didn't have nothing. They lost all the vans, they lost all the finances, they lost everything. So they had no resources.
I remember that.
No, he called me on the phone. I got 26 people out here and then 2 hotel rooms. Like, can you help me in any way? You got a van? I'm like, I got a van, but ain't got no seats in it. He like, cool, bring it. I'm like, nah, I can't bring it. It's in San Diego. And then he like, well, we need somewhere to stay. We got to make some moves. And I'm like, all right, let me call you back. I talked to my wife. I told her, like, I got 1,000. And I'm like, shit, I got 1,000 too. Then shit, we both put up
Let's
1,000.
put it together.
I called him back.
Okay.
I'm like, I got you. Like I just send it to you. Like you don't got to do nothing. I'll just throw it to you. Like whatever. Nigga, like your people's right. And then he was like, nah, just use that to get us a spot. Like get us a place. And so I started. My wife did the research on Airbnb. Like you couldn't even find one for less than like 4,000. So we ended up finding one like in Hacienda Heights, like 3,700. And we just moved them in. Then we had like got some other resources together. Came with them with the other resources and made sure they had everything that they needed to do it.
Okay. So was Boomy with him at the time?
No. Boomy was not with him at the time. He was just the whole other. It was a whole lot of people with him at that time. But Boomy was
okay. So I remember because that's when Nateri left. That's when they kicked Nateri out of the hotel room, and she had a separate hotel room in LA.
Yeah. She was still there when I got there. She was only there for like 2 days though. And then she was
because they voted her out.
I don't know what happened.
Okay, well, she said they voted her out. Okay, moving along because she's not here for me to interview her, so I don't want to bring up any, extra information. Okay, so once you got the Airbnb for them, how long after that were you guys together? How long did you guys stay, or did you guys separate after that? What happened?
No. They got everybody to the house from the airport from LAX to Hacienda Heights, and once everybody was there, it was like. Shit, like 27 of us plus me, my wife, and my son. But we weren't staying there. We just the Airbnb.
27.
Huh? Yeah.
27 of you guys.
It was a nice Airbnb. It was big. It had like 3 or 4 bedrooms in it. It had 2 bathrooms. It was cool. I mean, it wasn't like for people, but they made do. Let me just say that.
Right.
Dude, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't horrible, but.
Okay.
I forgot.
So then you gave them the keys, and then what happened after that?
So me and my wife would go home every night. We would just go home and bring them whatever they needed. The next day he was like, hey, come through and cook for us. I'm like, bet. I come through and cook for the whole gang. Came through and cooked. I bought hella wine that night. We got drunk. I ended up staying the night. We ended up falling asleep, getting drunk. Everybody woke up and go home the next day. He kept asking, like, why y'all keep coming back and forth? Why don't y'all just stay? Why don't you just become a part of the family? Y'all already family. We was like, nah, we good right now. I was still working at Amazon at the time too, so I was like,
hey, Panamanian princess, welcome.
So I really wasn't tripping about them at the time. I just wanted to help him out. I felt like if it was me that needed the help and I had my family and my tribe or whatever my situation was, I would want some help from anybody. So at the end of the day, I was that help that he needed. So.
Okay. And so then you kept coming back and forth, and then eventually you and your wife just decided to stay. Is that correct?
Yeah. A week of doing that, then he was like, man, you know what, let's just say. Then I was like, all right, bet. It started making more sense. It wasn't no drama. It was cool. It was chill. We was, people in the center. My son was cool, vibing with him, So we was like, fuck it, let's just see where the experience takes us. But we didn't have to give him no money at that time. You know what I'm saying? I never gave him the money, none of that at that time. I had it, but I never gave it to him. I was just like, they never asked me for no paperwork or none of that. Because I came in there, like I said, like a big, he was like, he wanted to be like big.
Okay, so moving right along. Thank you, Doris. I appreciate it, baby. Okay, so moving right along. So then you said, you guys kept going back and forth. You decided to go ahead and stay. So what happened at that point? Like, what was the transition after the LA Airbnb?
Okay. No, we stayed.
God got coffee beans for lipstick.
Okay, you stayed there. So was there anything major that happened while you guys stayed there for a whole month?
I mean, a lot of shit happened at that time. Yeah, that's the whole.
Okay, so let's speak on it. Let's speak on some things.
Hey, Toy.
So it was like the first situation we had was when Malia left. I think that was before the 4th of July situation, right? Malia had left. Storm asking about my verb chart or something. We were sitting in the room, and he got upset with Malia. Malia stormed out with his cell phone. Boom, she left. Couldn't find it for like a day, whatever. She came back. They had this whole thing set up before they came. They had everybody go to the back room, put the beds up against the walls, cover up the windows, put everything in the closet, and just make this like arena. Like what the hell are we doing? Nobody even knew, but the people who was giving the orders knew what was going on. So he like circle up around. We don't know who about to get what's about to go down. We just like.
Wait a minute. Repeat what you just said. Circle. What is the circle? Can you explain to us what the circle is?
All right, so we in one room, right, in the Airbnb, and everybody in there. All the men are like against the wall, like guarding the walls, the windows. They got the
This is
beds
in
up.
LA. This is in LA, correct?
They had us put the beds up against the windows and the walls and shit, and then all the men got around the bed, and then the women came in between us. So it was like rows of people,
a double
right?
circle.
Standing,
okay.
Come in and Civil and what's the other girl named Zoka? They all come. They hiked up.
Sybil was with you guys at this time. Sybil, who wrote the book, was there present. Okay.
Yeah. Only person that wasn't there at this time was like Neytiri. She had left. Everybody else, Mente, all them was all there. Boomy wasn't there yet.
Boomy wasn't there yet. Okay, great.
Yeah, you was there when she got slapped. So Velvet come in. He had Velvet slap the shit. And she couldn't fight back. If she fought back, she would get jumped by all the women. So that was the
Velvet slapped the shit out of who? You're talking kind of fast. Velvet slapped the shit out. Oh, Velvet slapped the shit out of Melina because he told her to.
Nothing back. She had to stand there and let her slap the shit out of her. Like, and if she fought back, they was gonna jump her. So she just had to eat that shit. And then he grabbed her by her hair. It was she trying to run away, screaming. This is like, as a man, I'm like, nigga, this shit ain't no spiritual reality in none of this. So so that was like the biggest red flag at that time for me. Was like, man, it was like, damn. Then a week later, that's when 4th of July happened. That's when him and Velvet got into it. Same shit. We was at the park. I don't know what happened, but all I know is, nigga, we had the circle up. They got in the circle, and nigga, they was scrapping. Just two of them was going at it, and we just had to watch. Nobody could move. Niggas tried to. Some niggas tried to say get in there. Some of the guys did. And they was like, nah, fall back in line. And niggas know they ranking, you gotta fall back in line. So everybody just go back in there. Most of the people was already numb to it because they had always fighting and shit. It was the new people like me really numb to it because we ain't seen that shit. So we was like, but they was like, nigga, if you got a problem, say something. It was like, nigga, like, this your shit. Nigga, like, dude, you run your shit. This your... But I'm not about to sit here and argue with you, nigga, about your shit. If this how you want to run it, nigga, run it. Fuck it.
Right.
Say that again.
He ran it like a gang. He ran it like a gang.
Right.
They were DPing people. So they were DPing people.
Yeah.
That's a violation, bro. That's how that works.
Wow. Okay.
I'm not saying but none of I was totally against that shit. I just, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what? They always do this shit. I'm like, they always do this shit. I'm like, why are we gonna get into something when they're gonna be back together in the next 24 hours? Nigga, they ain't even separate. They end up staying all night, kicking it, hugged up later in the park, way down there from all of us. And we all eating Chinese food in the park, sitting there chilling till 5 o'clock in the morning, damn near.
Okay, and that was in the book as well. Okay, Boomy, do you want to add anything to that, my love? Did you see any major things that happened in LA while you guys were at the Airbnb that you want to speak about?
Yeah, the two experiences that you just shared just there, that was like, I had literally just got there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I got there like the 1st or something. So in between July 1st and July 4th, both of these incidents took place. And at that point, you know what I'm saying? Like initially, it was already like, damn, like, what the fuck did I just get myself into? Like, is this real? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it had like this, you're in the middle of a reality TV show type vibe.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And
I definitely understand.
Yeah, so those two experiences happened. Oh yeah, and I remember like they were trying to get us to like gang up on Tron. Like Tron was still there.
Mm-hmm. Before Tron left.
Boomy to beat up Tron. They were trying to get me and Boomy to bully up Tron, beat him up, and I'm not with that bullying shit.
Because when we first got here, because that's around the time where they was like putting the nigga Tron in the closet or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's when we got to see all the closet shit. That's what I forgot about. Right. It was crazy. It was wild hearing that nigga put the women in the closet. I forget what happened. Like Shaka said, we was drinking wine that night, and
like, to be honest, I don't even really feel like Tron did nothing like too crazy out of character for real. Like, Nature Boy just be real sensitive, just any hair seeming like it's not following exactly what he's telling you to do type of deal. And shit just turned up quick, like on like Tron, like the nigga Tron was like doing something weird to like encourage something to be off some type of deal, like it was weird. Like they had made the nigga stand in the corner, and that's when Tron started, like, you know, getting to the point where he was ready to leave. So, like, Tron was really getting ready to leave around that time, because he was starting to just had enough. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So moving along.
And then we dropped airport.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Crazy.
I was saying that me and True had dropped Symbol off at the airport.
Oh, okay. So you guys dropped Symbol off at the airport. Okay.
Yeah.
I already know, Jenny. I already know, baby. You don't have to fly anything across the screen. Believe me, I'm very well versed in this. And let me make a correction. Sybil was not a wife. She wanted to be a wife, and she was being groomed to be a wife. So let me make that correction. Thank you, Mrs. Queen Azine. I apologize. Okay, so this is what I do want to get into. So I see that there was a lot of not only anger, not only frustration, but there was a lot of hostility. There was a lot of violence going on in LA. When did you guys look at him and see his energy switch from, oh, I just want to live, off of nature? It sounds like it started to switch in LA, or did it switch before then?
Nah, it definitely switched in LA. I think when towards the end of that month, it was getting wild because we had so much money. It was like niggas was on the brink of nothing, and in the brink of 30 days,
all of a sudden,
you know what I'm saying?
Had
niggas
money,
went from
had
rags
bread
to riches overnight, and then it was like,
right. Well, shit, everybody in California went from rags to riches overnight. Right.
But not as many times as this nigga has with 300,000, 250,000. You know what I'm saying? Like that nigga does that
because
shit. He get those people.
So let's get into that.
Bread, like,
hold on, real quick though. Like
I Miss Leo.
Like why did we worship him, right?
No. We're not gonna get into that right now. Wait. Back up. We're not there yet.
It's something that is sparked that I gotta address about the time frame in LA when we got there. What a lot of people don't realize is the whole time frame that I was there, he was real adamant about not being online. He took a hiatus from being online for a long period of time.
Oh,
right?
That is true.
So that's why a lot of people don't even really remember me being there, because literally after he got kicked out of Hawaii, he was like super paranoid. He was like super paranoid after he got kicked out of Hawaii, to the point where he was considering not even going live no more.
Wow.
So that's why.
Now, why is that?
Zine and them came out live in Atlanta. That was the very first time they heard about anything that was going on, because it was all hush hush, because we kept him on silent off the internet while we were in Atlanta. I mean, in LA and in Vegas. So we told him, nigga, we gonna be protected.
Can you fix your mic, baby?
No internet.
Can you fix your mic?
The point that I'm making is, because it was a time frame where we wasn't really on camera like that, a lot of that shit that y'all see on camera just wasn't present at all. Like, he was acting more regular than y'all used to see him act, because he wasn't even on the time of like being on the camera. Like, mind you, he still got his issues, his mama daddy issues, and how he dealing with people and shit like that, and how he snapping on the women and shit like that. But a whole lot of how he was demanding niggas to be doing certain shit, like how he be displaying online, like a lot of that shit wasn't even happening. Like, he was going to his room and staying to himself, and niggas was kind of doing their own thing.
Hey,
like,
shit, Unique.
Wow. That's deep. Okay, so once you guys all left LA, where did you guys proceed to after that as a tribe? And who all left? Who all left at that point and then went to the next house? I know Natiri left. You guys said Sybil left. Who else left? Did Tron leave at that time as well? Kite left? Okay. Who else? Who? We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Shaka. Shaka, baby, we can't hear you.
Still like people in the house after Natiri, Kite, Sybil, and I think that was it. When that was that time. Then everybody went to Vegas on the flight except me. I drove in the car. I drove to Vegas with them.
And that's when they all. Okay, and that's when they jumped up and got married, right?
That was a little down the line. Well, we got to get to Vegas first.
Okay. Wait. Let's get to Vegas. Okay, so before Vegas, you guys said y'all was balling out of control. So was that when? Is that when the PPP loans kicked in?
Huh?
Is that when the PPP loans kicked in?
It wasn't just PPP loans. A lot of things that kicked in.
It was unemployment. Yeah. Oh, believe me, I'm from California. I know about all the scams that was going on in California, from the ruler to the tutor.
Yeah. So definitely, we tapped into
Let me say this. When Black Velvet came up here and said, "Did you teach him how to do the PPP loans?" Baby, he didn't have to because everybody and their mama and daddy was doing the PPP loans.
That was the.
Everybody and their mama and daddy. You had people on the corner who would stand outside the county building and ask you, "Do you want me to do you a PPP loan? Do you want me to do you your unemployment? I'll need half of it, but give me your information and I can do it." Believe me. The game was thick as thieves in California. It don't make it right. But it happened. People who had never had money before in California, these motherfuckers pulling up on brand new cars, brand new everything. They didn't go buy them a house or open a business. These motherfuckers was buying jewelry and all kind of stupid shit, but we don't want to get it. Let me not get sidetracked. But back to what I was saying. The point was everybody in California and Nevada and Vegas, because Vegas is in Nevada, they were doing the PPP and the unemployment. Okay. So, they were hood rich. Everybody, so it wasn't just Carbonation. Everybody was doing it. Everybody who could get away with it, and Nevada was the last to get their money. Okay? So let's clear it up. So if he didn't show him the game, somebody was going to show him the game to get that bread. Okay? Because LA is like that. LA is like that, baby. Okay, so moving right along.
Had money in that house. Everybody found a way. I'm just saying that. Everybody found a way. Y'all know the story. Y'all know everything we did to get that bread.
Right. Absolutely. Okay, so you get a free flight out. Okay, there we go. Okay, so moving right along. Okay, so you guys got the money. You guys took your first flight to Vegas, right? And the remaining members went to Vegas. Okay. Daniel, do you want to interject anything before we get to Vegas? Get to what goes on in Vegas, stays in Vegas? I didn't mute you, baby. You can unmute yourself, honey. I didn't mute you, love.
Well, I didn't know you were talking. Okay. I've been listening.
Do you have anything that? Okay. So let's. Okay, let's get to Vegas. So we're in Vegas now. Where we staying at? Where we staying at in Vegas?
Go ahead.
One last thing. When I got there, right? Remember I was telling you, me and my wife was going through a rocky time in our relationship. But literally the first day that
Air Boss Lady.
Oh, that is your baby playing, huh?
Who playing?
Is your grandson there?
Mm-mm.
Oh, so that's one of their mics with the baby. But
that's Boone or whatever his name is. She told him before he had feedback. Hey, Itzy.
Do you think they got Nation Boy doing a handstand split like he like to do?
He did in that shower, yeah.
Dancing on a handstand, nigga. Oh, I can see him now.
I don't want to see it. Oh, no. They like, do the moves. Gonna do the moves, baby. The furniture the furniture from Rent Center, Shantae.
Oh, yeah, all that stuff. So did they find out where Malia and them at?
Not yet.
Oh, they ain't giving that up yet, huh?
They're not giving up Aya, Malia, Zoka, and Malaya.
And Fufu.
And Fufu. Yeah. They ain't giving up them four riders. Them four riders.
I guess.
They're gonna ride later on when I put on the other show. When I put on the other, I just wanted to get this out the way. I've been trying to get this out the way for the longest. But things just kept popping up.
That I got there, he pulled me back to the room, like just me and him, and he hollered at me. He was like, "Dang, like what's wrong with you?" You know what I'm saying? He like, you going through something, like, and he knew about me and her relationship. You know what I'm saying? Because when I first came, yes, because when I first was about to come, he thought we were all coming. I let him know it's just me, so he knew about our union. You know what I'm saying? So I was just letting him know, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying, like what we going through. It's still kind of weighing heavy on my heart right now. And right then and there, he was like, call her up. He's like, she should come. And in my mind, I'm like, she just left. Like, we just got into it, like, and I'm at Carbonation, like that's a waste of a call. Like, what you talking about? Like, but to my surprise, he called her, she answered, and he showed that I was there, because I didn't even tell her that I was going. Like I said, I was on some, like, we split, and I just went and just on some bucket type shit. So when he revealed that to her that I was there and encouraged her to come, even to my surprise, she said okay. So we booked a flight for her to meet us in Vegas. So my wife and my son ended up coming as well.
Wow. Okay. That's
okay.
Book
flights for his baby mama, because he had it set up where we was booking flights for his baby mama to sit next to Velvet, and he was gonna get this back together, and it was about to be him, the other baby mama, Velvet. We was buying tickets for a whole lot of people. We was spending money. Nigga, we booked the Puerto Rico shit before we went to Vegas. We had booked 2 big ass Airbnbs in Puerto Rico. The nigga was spending hella money, flying hella people in and out at that time as well. So it was more people coming and going. So when we got to Vegas, Kite came back. A lot of other people came back. Who else? That's when Honor came. Kite came. Who else came at that time?
My wife.
Boomy's wife at that time. Yeah, and their kid.
What is that noise?
Another big old house in Vegas, little 2-story house in Vegas, like 4 bedrooms.
Cheap.
And it's all of us. It's like 20 of us at that time, 25 of us at that time. But like I said, we had bread, so it didn't matter how many of us it was. We had the space, and nigga, it was a lot going on, and that's when shit started really turning up, like really got out of hand with him, because nigga, we was drinking. Oh, we was big drinking then. Big smoking.
This was in Vegas.
Me and Musa to the weed dispensaries. We was going to the goddamn liquor stores, and that's what it was. The liquor and the weed that really had everybody on tilt at all times, because it was nonstop.
Okay. So once I guess his battery probably died. I think it was dying. Okay, he can come back at any time. So once let me see. I think this is him. Okay, let me let him up.
One quick thing, Miss Cherry. I'm sure you brothers were actually saying, just to be clear, you were saying that all the things that you bought were obtained by legal assets, and everything that you were saying before was just, alleged if you were involved with it. I'm sure you were saying that everything that was all alleged and everything you bought was with legally taxable tender, correct? You were saying that, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm making sure we're on the same page.
No, not in LA. Not in LA. Because the thing that I brought some money.
Yeah, Boomy gave him like all the money.
They didn't really start receiving the money that they was applying for until like we was down there about to leave LA and we got to Vegas.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just making sure that you are stating very clearly that everything you did was 100% legal and all your assets were legally obtained. I'm just making sure you're saying that specifically. Cool?
Yeah.
Get it, Daniel. Get it.
That's what I heard. I want to make sure everybody else heard the same damn thing that I heard. That you guys delivered.
Yes.
Bet
your bag. Tap your bag. All right. Thank you, Allie. Okay, so now we are in Vegas. You guys are partying, YOLO till the wheels fall off. Okay, so at that point in Vegas, did anything happen major at that point, or why did you guys jump at Belen Vegas?
Somebody offered us their house and come over here, like come out here, like shit.
They offered you a house where?
In Vegas, the house that we went to. Somebody like.
I remember that. I do remember that.
I could come out here, and Nature Boy don't like living rent free, so we took care of all the rent for her. The whole duration of the time we was there, we paid her rent, we paid all the utilities, everything. And that's at every spot he goes to, he makes sure that happens. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like it was just that, it's everywhere they go, and they making sure that the shit is taken care of.
Okay, so he wasn't a freeloader. How can I say? He wasn't a freeloader with everybody else's money. He would use everybody else's money to pay the rent and the bills and stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. Everything got taken care of. Like, he didn't even really touch it. To be real, he didn't touch none of the money. The finance team touched everything. The finance team handled all of it like a corporation would. You have a department of people who handle this. You got people who handle that. Everybody had a position. That's why everybody didn't know everything. It was very structured and organized. People think that it was just a bunch of people running around. No. He had captains. He had other people under him, and they had to. And if you didn't respond correctly to the leadership, you got dealt with accordingly to the leadership.
Gang.
Right.
I always said that. He told y'all that.
Right. Okay. So, what made you guys leave the house in Vegas is what I'm asking.
I left the house in Vegas, personally, because he disrespected my wife, and when they were doing the spiritual bath whole incident, and he pulled his penis out.
Can you explain that to us? Can you go into details about how you disrespected your wife? Please. There's people in here that don't know. There's people in here who never heard this.
I know. I'd be like, it's been so many times, so it's like that.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but
No, it's cool.
I know. We have a lot of new people.
Okay, so one day we was all drinking and shit. We was all fucked up again, and the guys that noticed there was a smell every time we would switch rooms with the ladies, like, because we'd all never be in the same space at the same time unless we was all like dinner or it was like dinner time. That's the only time we all really like mingle together. But other than that, during the day, the women doing their thing, the men doing their thing, and then we would switch rooms, and the room was funky when we went in that motherfucker. We like, bro, we went to him like, bro, we gotta do something. Like, the room funky as a motherfucker. It smelled like straight producing in here. Yeah, so he sent us out like, go buy whatever, Febreze, go buy sockets. We went and we went and bought everything. And the smell was there, so we was just like, he was like, oh, well, fuck it, we just got to give all they just need to cleanse. So he came up with this shit. We about to do spiritual baths for all the women. He like, we about to do spiritual baths. They gonna all.
Hey, Charlie.
They doing tea baths. Basically, they taking the herbs, put it in there, and then you getting washed down by the other women. You know what I'm saying? And it's supposed to be the spiritual thing. So in the midst of that spiritual thing, he's going in and out of the bathroom. He's drunk. We didn't take shots. We didn't hit the pin. And he's going in there mingling, doing all types of shit with all the women. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he got to my wife, and she, he pulled his dick out on her while she was in the shower, and she, he told her to keep it a secret. Well, she came and told me, boom, and I didn't say nothing because I was being strategically like, wait a minute, how can I handle the situation without just being emotionally? Because I got a lot of stake, money here, I got my family here, and I'm in Las Vegas. I'm far from home right now. I'm like 3 hours away from home. I don't really got too many people. I had a couple uncles that but I'm like, nigga, I got my way and I'm going out. So I got smart and I told my wife, you know what? Listen, we out. And she was like, bet, let's go. Like, we going together. Like, so she called a meeting with him. I act like I didn't even know what happened. And he act like, oh, everything was all good. She's like, nah, tell him what happened last night. And then he like, oh, he got upset with her, kicked her out of the room. And he like, man, you gonna have a man on mental. So me and him in the garage down. He trying to tell me this did happen, that did happen, and she telling me this happened. I'm like, nigga, I'm rocking with my wife, my nigga, because you're supposed to be the Messiah, my nigga. So how is you even at this vulnerable stage and you're this point in this house, nigga, where you could be that vulnerable, my nigga, without thinking, without applying all this shit that you've been pressing on all these niggas in the house to do. The 3 C's, the 3 P's, nigga, morals over integrity, nigga, all that bullshit. Don't you feeding me, nigga? I'm on his head. I'm like, nigga, how you gonna tell me all that? And then you fall right here in the midst of me, my nigga. Like, how is that you the Messiah? He like, nigga, I'm not the Messiah. He like, nigga, I'm just a messenger, nigga. He like, nigga, to make up for it, I'll let you fuck my wife. I'm like, nigga, I'm not here for that, nigga. I'm not here for none of that.
The pussy around
because I'm trying to build and make my people better and make myself the best version of myself, nigga. So you doing this is not helping, nigga, because now I got to separate myself from this whole shit. And when I told him, he's like, nah, don't leave, my nigga. He started apologizing. I'm like, nigga, it ain't no apology, nigga. I feel like, nigga, you know what? I need to isolate from you. I need to isolate from everybody. I need to isolate from this whole situation. And I just need to leave. And he didn't take me serious. So like an hour later, I already had moved the money out. My wife already closed our cards, canceled the card. They didn't have to give me no cards back. They didn't have to give me none of that. I didn't need it. I just canceled all that shit and I just keep everything after that. And so that's what I did. I gave him 30K when I left. I took 21. So I gave him I left 9 in there. And I left. I booked me a hotel up the street, left. Me and my wife hopped on the Airbnb. We snuck out though. We didn't let nobody know we was leaving. We snuck out the motherfucking house because everybody was being on their own shit. We just kind of plotted and schemed like a situation in the garage, and then nigga, boom. The owner of the house was like, I told her the situation. She was like, oh, that's fucked up, nigga. I fucks with y'all. Y'all legit. Like, she like, meet me around the corner. I'm gonna take y'all wherever y'all gotta go. Boom. So she dropped us at the hotel. We all went and had dinner and all that. They calling us at dinner. Where y'all at? They tripping the whole house up now. Like, nigga, Azeen and Shaka didn't escape.
Whoa!
I didn't get the baby. I didn't. Nobody knows we escaped. We out at dinner with the host.
Grab your shit and let's go, baby. It's time to go. Get your shit and let's go right motherfucking now.
Like,
hurry the fuck up.
So and it was just like, man. So that's why we left, and we didn't go back since then. And we just.
But Boomy was there.
Yeah.
Boomy was there when you
there.
left.
Yeah. I told Boomy the situation. I put Boomy inside in the closet. I didn't really break it all the way down. I just told this nigga wild and I'm out of here, my nigga. Stay here, get whatever you need from this, my nigga, but I'm out.
Like your queen.
Okay.
He ain't tell me what he found though.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't tell him the whole situation. I just told him I'm out, nigga. This nigga wild and nigga, he did some wild shit. I just told him like that. We was in the closet. We just talked for a second.
Okay. All right. Okay. Boomy, so what did you know they were leaving, or you didn't know that?
Yeah.
Right. You didn't know they were leaving? You didn't know they were leaving?
This nigga Shaka hit me with a text like, I left the backpack in the closet. You can have it. I'm like, okay. That's how I found out.
I have 2 questions actually. I want to piggyback off of the spiritual bath. Now you said the women had a really bad odor. Do you believe it was because just not clean vagina and not clean body, or do you believe it was diseases? A smell from a disease.
I believe it was a little bit of everything. To be real, I believe it was all that shit. It was a little not taking care of themselves properly. You gotta remember, these girls is young. A lot of these girls in their
I know they are
21, 18. So you know, they ain't really got that much experience with life. They don't know nothing about none of this shit. My daughter's 18 right now. She knows nothing about none of this shit. So I don't trust her with nigga with the car.
My grandbaby. Hold on, I have to interject. My grandbaby is 7. She takes 3 baths a day. She don't play that. Right. Yeah, no, you gotta learn how to do your hygiene.
They not even like young and like really like tapped in like that to that point to where they can understand like, oh my God, I need to take care of myself and stop listening to this man to try to tell me how to take care of myself.
That's that.
So
that's right.
I picture all of it. Like I believe some of them had some shit they needed to take care of because I'm like, nigga, whoever went and got healed, who left and got healed? Nobody. So y'all all fucking circles and passing. Y'all all just circling that shit a million times.
Right. Okay, so I definitely understand that. Okay, Boomy. Now, if Shaka would have tapped you and said, "Nigga, let's go," would you have left at that point in time? Would you have grabbed your shit and left, or would you have stayed?
I feel like I would encourage addressing the situation more head on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was kind of surprised. Like, once I left and finally went live, you know what I'm saying? I was kind of surprised that's what had happened. So,
hey, Umi.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I feel like if I would have knew then.
Hey, Umi,
baby.
I feel like
it would have been a problem. Like, I feel like my wife would have felt like it would have made a problem. You know what I'm saying? So,
and Zaza.
And he wanted us to keep it a secret too. He didn't want me to tell nobody. He didn't want Azim to know, let nobody know. He didn't want Velvet to find out what happened. He told me that in the garage, and I'm like, nigga, I ain't trying to cause no problems in the house, nigga. I'm just trying to let a nigga know you a foul nigga, bro. I'm gonna let you know to your face you a foul nigga. And he was like, cool, you can tell me that, but nigga, just don't let the people in the house know. So that's why I left like that. I'm like, bet, you don't want me to make it seem, let everybody know you're a fuck nigga. So
all right, guys, let's take this time out to get these likes up. Let's get these likes up, guys. Come on, guys. Let's get these likes up. The likes are not moving. Can you please hit the support the channel and hit the like? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's not moving. Y'all don't hear me? Y'all don't hear me? So we can continue the show. Can y'all hit the like? We need like 5 more likes. We need like 5 more likes. Can we get these 5 likes so we can move forward with the show? Because we still got another show. We need 4 more likes. We need 4 more likes. 4 more likes. 4 more likes. If you're in the bushes, guess what? They won't know it's you. You can still hit the like in the bushes. We need 4 likes. We need 4 likes. 4 nice people, hit the like, please. Thank you, Jack. Can we get 4 likes? We only need 4 likes. That's all we need so we can continue with the show. 2 more likes. We need 2 nice people. 2 nice people to give us 2 likes. Just 2 nice people, please. We need 2 likes. 1 more like. Just 1 more. Just one. Just one. Just one. Just one, baby. Just one. 1. Just 1. Thank you. Thank you. Whoever's that nice person who did that. I appreciate you so much. Whoever hit that last like. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna just leave my way, nigga. I just left. I'm not about to ask you for no money back. I'm not about to do that, nigga. I'm about to just get on and get ghost on you, nigga. And that's what I did. I got ghost on you.
Okay,
I ain't had
that's
to say nothing.
understandable.
I just let my actions speak for me at that point.
Okay, just checking. I'm just checking on you, Queen. Just checking on you, Queen. Okay, so you guys bounced. You guys got a ride. And at that point, you were separated. When did you go back? And boom,
hot yellow.
You didn't go back after that?
Back after that.
Blessings.
Okay, so Boomy, boom. You guys were. When did you guys all pack up and leave at that point from that house in Vegas?
Probably stayed there for like another month.
And then you left after a month. Where did you guys go after that?
Puerto Rico.
We went to we went to Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico.
We weren't supposed to go to Puerto Rico, and
thank you, Eden. Welcome.
I'm like, damn, there's so much shit in Vegas. So the fucking entry exam. They used to try to test. They used to try to test the new people to try to like eliminate them out of the mix type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like see if you knew the knowledge or not.
So that they could keep the resources.
Right. So he basically came up with the entry exam for the new people, right? And I'm already like, nigga, I already know the 5 sciences. I'm like, nigga, I'm on that shit. Like, nigga,
right.
Like, good. So he get to asking me certain questions. We go out to the beach one day, and I feel like I got half of them right, half of them wrong. Like this is in the build up before we took the test, right?
I'm listening to you. Yeah.
And he kind of like trying to make a point that I don't know all of the knowledge. But then I challenged the whole group. He had the whole group surrounding me, right? I'm like, majority of them don't even know the answer to these questions you just asked. And he like, what? He like, fuck that. He like, hell no. You know what I'm saying? They know this shit, this, that, and so forth. I'm like, ask him that shit you just asked me. So he got to ask him the same question.
We knew they
half of them got the questions wrong. They didn't know the answer to the question. So that's when it got to the point where he like, everybody got to take the test. But at first, it was supposed to be just for the new members to potentially eliminate us, because he was like, if we didn't pass to a certain level, then we had to go. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he even came up with the entry exam. So they used to always like, we were supposed to go to Puerto Rico. I don't have a passport, right? And I noticed like when they switched the idea of like we going to Mexico, like he know I don't got no passport. Ain't nobody put me to the side, let me know. He just made an announcement like we going to Mexico, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm just supposed to deal with. All right, okay. You know what I'm saying? But I still end up going though.
Okay, so did everybody leave from the house in Vegas and go to the next house, or were there people that left?
Ended up leaving. Tron ended up leaving. Shaka, I think, and his baby left. Who else had left?
Star?
No, this Star already.
Kite came back.
Kite came back before I left, though. Before I left, he came back.
And then it was like, and then it's like they had them niggas like fuck him up, like almost like as a reinitiation back into the group. Like Kite got fucked up.
A DP, they disciplined him. A DP, like you doing a gang. A DP. That's what it is.
No. Nature Boy didn't do that. He did that to himself. He said, "I feel bad." I told Caliber that if I ever left, that I wanted him to beat me up. My nigga, he asked me to beat up. Nature Boy didn't have that.
What the fuck?
Kite wanted to get beat up. He said he had hands and he wanted to see Caliber, and we was like, well, so be it then. Let's see it happen. They just orchestrate none of that.
That's the extent of them trying to prove they work, that they'll go.
They was trying to prove themselves, yeah, but he didn't orchestrate. Kite wanted to fight.
Wow.
I told Kite, no, don't do it, bro. He was like, nah, I gotta take this one. I'm like, okay, if you got to, then nigga, serve your purpose.
You understand?
Wow. Huh?
None of you have any experience in gang shit, do you? All you're describing, literally, violations, knowledge check.
I'm just sitting back watching shit, but I've been there like, nigga.
Fuck. This is exactly what that is.
Okay, so let's stay on track. I want to keep the interview on track now. I know we having a good time, but let's stay on track. Okay, so several members left in Vegas. So where did you guys go to after Vegas? Was it Puerto Rico or was it Mexico?
Wait, it's so much shit that you missing though. Vegas is a lot of shit that you got to go through. You gotta let Boomy go through Vegas. Because
okay, go ahead, Boomy. Follow through.
So we gotta finish.
So
Vegas
let's go. Okay, boom. Everybody get in the car. We're gonna go through this Vegas ride. Boom. Okay, I'm ready. Come on. We out. Go ahead.
We
can't hear you, Boomy. Boomy, we can't hear you.
So
we ready for the Vegas ride.
Hello.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure a lot of people know about the story of True and Loyal fight. Like there was a lot of altercations like outside in the community in Curry that was like kind of blew my mind. And I was just kind of like, it kind of put me back in the space of being familiar with like the environment where I came from. It kind of started making me feel like I was on 7 Mile in Detroit all over again at the liquor store. Like it was like a fight every other night. Like, so that same night that he's saying that they took the spiritual baths, we was outside, and I just remember like True like talking about, I'm tired of your shit, and just scuffling. And we turn around, he like wailing on loyal, like what at it. And I'm like, damn. So they gonna break it up, right? But then they like, but then they set it up, and they was like, they started encouraging it, like set them back up for round 2. For round 3, it was like egging it on, like shit, fuck it, like let's go type shit. And we kind of in a gated community. It's like, and I'm sitting here thinking like, nigga, they about to call the police. Like, wow. So when shit like that will be going on, I'll be like, I just get to thinking like, do they really be present and what they really be doing? It's like it's real, like you can tell like it's deep mental issues going on. Like they'll be like chanting, like it's like blood spewing all over the motherfucking place. Like that shit was crazy. Like and they used to always like be encouraging like competitive fights. Trying to check each other, trying to prove they worth to him, you know what I'm saying? Trying to be the one that checked the next nigga about being out of order and shit like that. And yeah, that shit was wild. And then you had like one night, I think that was the same night. I think that one night, Malia tried to leave that night. She tried to leave that night. And she was running out there, trying to get the fuck out. And Zoka
was pregnant at that time.
Grabbed her, drug her back up the stairs. I'm like, damn, like this shit is wild.
And that's when he started whooping her ass. It seemed like I don't know what we just heard her screaming, nigga. They was like, nigga, he up there whooping her ass. I was like, what the fuck going on? This shit crazy. That was the wildest night out of all the nights.
Wow. So basically, we don't know what happened with Zoka Baby. That girl got beat on the whole time she was knocked up. So was the cord wrapped around his neck? Or did they beat that girl so bad she lost that baby? We will never know.
I smell trouble.
Trouble.
They over here trying to make excuses and make sure that it's not like they're trying to cover up themselves in case they get called for anything. That's what they all getting on here doing. Yeah. Oh, I was there, when I was there, this hadn't happened. And I was just making up stuff. If they call you, you going down. Y'all know that.
We shall
and then
see.
That one up there, he talking about he was in charge of the finance and he was in charge of the PPP loan. They got him on tape saying that.
Yeah, but he always said that though. He always said that. But she said they're going to get into it. Now, showing somebody how to do a PPP loan is, remember, he's not responsible because I can give you the application for the PPP loan. What you fill in that application is on you. Is on you. They the ones said they had business. They the ones who said all of that. Yeah, I could put you on, yeah. Because, it ain't like Shaka really put them on because everybody was doing PPP loans. Everybody was doing it. So, what they put on there, they going to have to answer for. Because they're not playing with these people. They not playing. I'm not talking about just them. I'm talking about the people entirely who did them fake PP loans. And then the best part is Oh, PP. Best part is Nature Boy they made on nothing. But if Nature Boy says he's a company and he's a LLC or whatever, and they saying they work for Nature Boy, Nature Boy is part of that company, that will entwine Nature Boy in the PP loan. Hey, my Rocky. Hey, Rocky, baby. So, like she said, we shall see.
So much shit going on. So many people getting into it. The women was acting up too. It wasn't just the men. It was the women acting up too. The women was sparking that shit and pushing, and they was egging that shit on.
Damn. So, okay. So, is there anything else you want to add on the Las Vegas ride before we go to our next destination?
I think you can move forward. I think something outside.
That was the most important part. It was a lot of fights going on at that time. Oh, the marriages too. Everybody got married.
Oh, they all got married.
We was all supposed to get married. Yeah, I was supposed to get married too. We were supposed to get married.
Yes, Simone. Hello, darling.
Okay, so that's when everybody got married.
Definitely, everybody got married in Vegas.
Right. So that's the question I was asking you about.
And it's funny because right before niggas got married, they wasn't even with. A lot of them wasn't even with those women. Like he kind of the majority of the tribe split up where it was like male, female just split up, and he literally had just dished niggas out wives like a week or two before they were going to get married.
He had kicked Sounds out too. Sounds that left in Vegas.
Sounds, I forgot about Sounds. Yeah, Sounds.
I forgot about Sounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know her name, Panamanian Princess.
He chose the wife. He chose whose wife was going to be who. He just assigned a woman to a man, and that was it.
Say it again.
So he chose whose wife was going to be whom. He just picked to do.
Yes, he chose who wife was going to be who.
Because much as y'all see Malaya, and much as y'all see the nutcase, people forget Malaya is still married to Pisces legally. They made you forget all about this legal stuff, but this legal stuff gonna come bite them in the ass later. May not be now, maybe 10 years from now, maybe 20 years from now, if they don't get a divorce. It may do good for them. One may go, one may get the money. We don't know. But there are people keep forgetting. Malaya talk about she's the queen and all this other stuff, but she's legally married to Pisces. No, this ain't staying in Vegas, Jack. You got that right. What happened in Vegas, come out of Vegas. According to these people.
And even if somebody was like pushing against it, a lot of the women they be like a lot of the women like no. A lot of the women rather either be with him or by themselves than be with other men. But
was marriage official? Was it officially done?
How many marriages were official?
People got married. Like four.
How many marriages were official?
You got Caliber, Afro, Solar, and
legally married.
Yeah, legally married.
You got True and Shiva, you got Nature Boy, and you got
Mente and Tyrion. And him and Velvet.
Say that again.
And him and Velvet.
Who in the Tyrion?
Mente and Tyrion.
Oh, Mente, yeah. And Tyrion, they did get married.
Yeah, Mente and Tyrion.
Yeah.
And
Mente, I talked to Mente. I love Mente. I love Mente. Yeah, he came in my ride. Yeah.
Him and Velvet got married.
When you were you were on the finance team, and you had do you have access to see if they were all married? Like, was he filing joint taxes? I'm trying to think about why he wanted marriage. Was it for strength, Or was it for the unified tax purpose?
It was for the police purposes because they were calling it a sex code. And if everybody's married, then you can't call it a sex code. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and you get a lot of NDAs getting signed. He was trying to make everybody sign NDAs at that time.
Okay.
Malia didn't marry nobody.
Malia didn't marry nobody. Aya didn't marry nobody.
Oh, Malia didn't get married.
Trying to think. Yeah, Zoka got
At
married.
the time I was there, she didn't marry
Anna
nobody.
didn't get married. Yeah.
Sola done left his wife.
Okay, so Malia is not married?
Interesting.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Sheba is married to True, yeah.
Malia could get married.
Oh, he coming back.
True.
He coming back.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow.
He coming back,
Damn.
Nicole.
So that's legal paperwork right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hot damn. Okay, so is there anything you guys want to add for the Vegas run?
Yeah. Me and my wife, we split up. She ended up leaving.
That made you an vulnerable.
She said we didn't split up. She just left.
She was over that shit.
Yeah, she was over the shit. She was pregnant.
She wasn't vibing with the ladies anyways. Like the ladies had no type of connection at all. None of the ladies together. They had their little groups in within each other.
So yes, I did put my hands on my wife. I grabbed her up and I aggressively took her to a closet, and me and her we were yelling back and forth, but I didn't slap her, hit her, bruise her, like none of that shit.
And I ain't never touched my wife in no type of way like that. I ain't did nothing. I yelled, but I ain't did none of that shit.
I mean, like I said, she right here. Like she said, I didn't like hurt her at all. You know what I'm saying? And then also, but I'm not making no excuse. Like I was wrong for even taking it that far. And me and her have addressed that. I've addressed that with her own personal family and her brothers and the whole 9 yards. You know what I'm saying? Like,
as you should.
That's not an unaddressed. I even when Star spoke about it, I even jumped up on Star Live and I thanked her for even speaking on that publicly before I even left. She spoke on it publicly before I even left, and I even thanked her for even holding me responsible on that level. So you know what I'm saying? That's nothing that I never tried to run away from.
Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest. I appreciate your honesty.
But I also want to clear up that I've noticed certain narratives exaggerate, like I actually physically hurt her or struck her or choked her up, and it's like, nah, it definitely wasn't to that degree. While I say that, I'm making no excuse for myself. Like, you know, it would definitely
don't make it right.
be a line that was necessary. Definitely.
I respect that. I've been in a similar situation, bro. I do the same thing. I respect your growth, man. That's definitely impressive.
Yeah, thank you. I respect that. Okay, so that happened in Vegas. So now let's go to the next house.
We got vans. We bought vans. We got 3 vans in Vegas.
We started buying cars and shit at this time now.
And they got a conversion van. Like an 18-passenger van and like another like minivan. And we just took a road trip through from Vegas to Texas. Like stopped periodically. I think we stopped at like an Airbnb in Texas and stayed a couple nights, and then we went to Mexico. Traveled through Mexico.
Hey, honey.
Cancun.
Welcome.
Cancun was the destination, and we stopped at a couple locations along the way throughout Mexico for like a night or so at different Airbnbs, and we ended up going to Cancun.
Okay. Okay, so then you guys went to Cancun. Yeah, is that when the fight happened? Wait.
The fight was
up until the fight.
We stayed in two different spots. This was still prior to the fight. And again, let me mention that this is still within the time frame where we're not really going live much. He's not really going live. Like, he's really sporadically going live. So, in Cancun, I feel like he went live like a handful of times. You know what I'm saying? But we was in two different houses. He had him and his, I want to say his wives, him and his wives, and then like the main few people that's like, you know, like Solar and like True, I think Minty at the time, and their wives, they stayed in the house with him. The rest of the men that didn't have like a woman, myself included, because like I said, me and my woman had left. So it was the men that didn't have women, and Caliber and Ephraim. Caliber and Ephraim had a room to themselves. And everybody else was in the house with Nature Boy. And one day he just hit like the group chat, because we used to like function on the group chat so that we can kind of like all be up to date on what the plans of the day was, you know what I'm saying, prior to us getting moving and stuff like that. And he basically was just like, Ephraim report. All of the rest of the women like report, right? And basically was like, all y'all my wives now. And to the men, whoever got a problem with it, y'all can leave. Y'all got a problem with it.
Wow.
Right? And I'm like, damn, that was intense. But what blew my mind even more is, mind you, at the time, Ephraim was in the house with Caliber, with us. As soon as that message came through, it's like the switch went off in her head, and Caliber was dead. And she did no eye contact on him, and she was like burning rubber, packing her bags to get ready to get in the car so she could go back over there. The nigga she just married. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that kind of blew me. And so they packed her up, took her over to the house, and then all of the men that had wives over there, they packed all of their shit up and sent the men over here and took all their wives too.
Oh shit!
Damn.
Everybody's wife in one swipe. So that's when, you know, you start to get into I feel like maybe Velvet and maybe I think Honor spoke on it. Like it was just like a crazy sex party. You know what I'm saying? Just like ridiculously, like just letting them out, like back to back to back, doing them dirty.
Yeah, you gotta go in detail because nobody know this, bro. We don't know. Nobody know this.
You know, and at this particular point, the people at the other house, you know, like outside of him taking the women, you don't really know what's going on in the house until the women leave, and then they start exposing like this is what happened in that time frame. Because like I said, the women, they going through whatever the fuck they going through in the house, and then when we reconvene and go out to eat as a collective, they moving like ain't shit wrong. Like they enjoying that they are his wives now. You know what I'm saying? So you don't even have no indication that it's even that wild until like Syrian and Velvet leaves and give their account of what was going on in that time frame.
Right.
I feel like, and then like I feel like Syrian ended up being given back to Mente, and I think Zoka went back to Solar after a certain period of time, because they was the most adamant about those were they men.
From where
you know what
I'm
I'm saying? Like,
sitting,
at
I
that
don't
particular,
think
like
we
Joker
only
was really
at this
about
point
like Sora, my
because
man.
they all ignorant.
Syrian was really about like Mente, my man.
I'm glad
you know
you're
what I'm
back,
saying?
Sean.
So even though they committed to being his wife for whatever few days, like I guess they were still being resistant to being okay with whatever. So he gave them back. So I would imagine that those women was starting to share with their counterparts what they had what they was going through.
Right. And what did they share? And what did they share? Get into what they shared, because I know what I heard.
No, I'm saying they wasn't sharing it with us at that time. That's what I'm saying. They was like Syrian will go and confide in Mente about what had happened. Right? At the time, I don't know what's happening. They starting to try to plan and sneak and organize a way to leave. I didn't hear about what so-called happened until after they left. They was keeping it a secret to themselves while they were there.
Okay, so what so-called happened? What was it that you heard that so-called happened?
I don't know. I don't really know.
Come on, Boomy. Come on.
Interview.
Boomy. So what did you said what so-called happened? So what are you referring to?
I'm referring to, I know that when Velvet and Syrian went live, they were exposing that it was a lot of just slutting them out. But I never really sat and watched the detail as to what injuries was sustained, what acts, who had to do what, who did what. I don't know.
Boomy, you said slutting them out. Now, if he was just slutting them out, there shouldn't have been any injuries. So what injuries are you referring to?
I just heard that injuries were sustained.
What injury? What injury did you hear? Come on. I mean, it's
entry, rough sex type injury.
Forceful injury. So, forceful injury.
What was he doing?
Okay, so I've had sex with a man before. Okay. And I've had a man forcefully enter my area before, but it was with my consent. Was this without consent or was this with consent?
See, I don't know that.
You don't know. What did you hear? What did you hear? What did you forceful entry?
I just heard that a lot of women were doing things that they did not want to do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. Playing, I didn't ask you in specific.
Yeah, that's all I know. I heard that women were forced to do things that they want to do, and the women, particularly Syrian, she was wishing and hoping that Mente was stepping up more for her for what she had gone through. I don't know specific her injuries.
She's getting out of
you just heard. These are things you heard. So, respectfully, these are things you just heard.
She getting it out of
her. I don't know.
Well, you said you heard, so you heard it from somewhere. You said there was a lot about it, right?
I'm saying I don't know the details of what it is she said.
Okay, so what I heard about Syrian was Syrian had anal sex with him.
Oh yeah,
and he busted her open.
I heard that too.
And she was recovering from that, and she's still recovering from it, from what I know.
Ooh.
Okay, now did you hear if it was allegedly was it without
all of them, man? You know.
Okay, allegedly was it without consent?
All of them. That's what I got. Huh?
Allegedly was it without consent? Allegedly.
They all had no choice. They had to do the shit. That's all I'm know. I don't know if you want to say that's without consent. If you don't have no choice, that's without consent. Shit. Everybody should have the freedom of choice. You should never take away nobody's freedom of choice. So if they say no, and they say I was forced to do it, then they was forced to do it.
So they were forced to get sodomized. Hold on a minute. They were forced to get sodomized.
Shaka gonna tell it. Don't
Allegedly.
worry, Jackie.
From what I heard, I
allegedly
wasn't there at that time, but somebody reached out to me and said something to me about that. So I allegedly heard some shit like that.
Wow. So it wasn't through the vagina, it was through the anal area. Okay, now we have that clear. Okay. So I have a question. So after that, and after the women went back to their after the women went back. Go ahead, baby.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm being honest as I could possibly be. Like,
I understand. Oh, no, baby. I'm not holding you. I understand that you're speaking as far as the account of what you know. Okay.
Yeah,
so now, when the women came back, did you notice a depression or any type of change in their mental status at that point?
Specifically Syrian, yes. Zoka, not so much.
Okay.
But
Syrian.
The thing about Syrian been long taking a stand that she wanted to be with Mente. Like, that was the thing that she had been being
that's
about.
the thing. He want to break them from that. He want them to only want him. And then once they only want, then I'll give you back to him now.
Okay, so he wanted to make
but like
sure
they
that
said,
they
like
desired
said, we wasn't there. We just got bits and pieces of that aspect. Because whenever he did that house, he did in the house by himself.
Yeah,
He was the only man that witnessed it.
Once he came back, once Syrian came back to Mente and Zoka came back to Solar, they pretty much stayed to themselves. Because the thing about it, even when we around each other, they don't want to keep too much of the men around the women. So even when they came back, they was kind of just to themselves. Those two couples were more isolated to themselves. So that's why I'm saying that I know that they started to confide in their partner what was happening. But the men, when they came to reconfiding with us, they would kind of keep that, whatever it was between the women, between themselves.
Okay. I understand.
And then we just woke up one day, and then we just woke up one night, and Syrian and Mente was sneaking out.
Right.
But
that's when I seen them on IG.
Nothing.
Yeah, they had hit me up. I had got some of the story from that, and then I was getting bits and pieces from everybody because they like, Syrian called me like, we need help. And I thought she was bullshit. I thought it was Nature Boy them fucking with us, whatever, trying to get bread from us. So I'm like, let me know if this is really you, you know? She's like, no, Mente coming too. And I'm like, oh, okay, bet. If it's just you, I didn't believe it. But if it's her and Mente, then I was like, all right, bet. We shoot some. So we shot them some bread and helped them get out too.
Okay. So
we helped everybody get out. Everybody that left came to my house at some point down there. Tron, I had Tron for one. I had the Terry. I had Star. I had Mente still here. I had Loyal. I had all of them at my crib here since in Atlanta. Since here, I've been helping them out get on their feet, helping them heal, helping them, whatever they need out here on these streets. After they leave, we've been out here. We've been making
Okay.
Just
Go ahead, Daniel.
a commitment to ourselves, just to make sure that everybody out here that's looking for help, like we out here looking for help, that we do whatever we can to help them.
Wow. Okay. Daniel, go ahead.
I just want to clarify for you two, real quick. This is a statement that I'm making based upon what I heard. You're saying that everything you were talking about is alleged. All done through hearsay, and that you guys were never present or party to any of these acts, consensual or not consensual, and you were actually not present, so you had no part in it. That's what you said, right?
Absolutely.
Cool. All right, that's all.
Juju says you have an echo, baby. Daniel, you have an echo.
Let me turn off.
It sounds good to me.
Yeah, it sounds good to me too. I don't hear an echo.
It sounds fine.
You do got an echo.
I do hear an echo, but I turned it off a second ago and I still heard it.
Right. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so once the women were returned to their husbands or their lovers or their boyfriends, Shaka, did you want to say something, my love?
No. You good.
Okay. Once that happened, Boomy, okay. And did Velvet leave at that time from that house, or she was still there?
No, we moved to part of the Mexico.
Was that Baja California? Is that when you guys went to Baja California?
No. That's when we were. I forget the part of Mexico it was, but that's when the fight went down. That's when the Malia and Velvet fight went down. That was after we left and we went to another location after like the bump.
Okay. So let's talk about that really quick. I don't want to spend too long on the fight because we've all seen the fight. Well, a lot of us have seen the fight on YouTube. Velvet and Malia got into it. Were they fighting over Nature Boy, or was that a personal issue that they had with one another? Honestly,
they had a personal issue with each other, and I don't even want to. I don't want to come off like I'm trying to defend him in any way, but I can't for a fact speak that he was trying to go through all kind of different measures to avoid for them having to fight each other.
No, he's God. He's
so
God.
they were getting on his nerves, basically.
He's God.
They've been trying to fight each other. He's been trying to stop them from fighting each other. They just wouldn't let it go.
But Malia needed that one though, so the people pushed for it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so then they got into the fight. Okay,
couldn't
and
just say no.
you know, so forth and so. Now, was Malia getting sick at that point? Did you notice her getting sick? I noticed looking at her online, she lost a lot of weight. Now, did you guys notice her being lethargic or laying in bed more or?
Malia was anorexic from the time I've been there. She was always skinny.
She was sick the whole time. Her and Sheba. They look sick the whole time.
Price was underweight.
Okay, so the three of them were sick? So they were sick, like malnourished. They didn't want to eat, or you said anorexic. Who was that allegedly? They were anorexic, or you didn't know what was wrong with them?
I think they had a lot of mental issues going on at that time, and they didn't really understand. Like they wasn't loving themselves properly, so they wasn't eating, even when everybody else was eating. It wasn't about like there wasn't enough food. There was enough food. There was just time when you preparing the food, everybody didn't get to eat when the food was prepared, but there was still food there though.
Okay.
People just took that shit and ran with that shit.
Okay, so Malia wasn't eating properly, Sheba wasn't eating properly, and Kite, you say, was not eating properly?
And also, like, Kite ended up saying it in his interview, like, to be honest with you, a lot of them motherfuckers be stressed the fuck out. One thing that I realized
they don't get no sleep.
They be stressed the hell out. And on top of that, what I realized was weird to me is they wasn't always loyal to the mission off the camera. Like, they'd be kind of like back and forth, like, type of deal. Like, that was kind of like my mind. I'm like, damn, like, niggas was like open to going to buying food on the side. Like, they not always loyal to this nigga like that. Like, that's what
they was loyal to us, really. Like, they confided in us heavy. Like, they told us all the secrets. They told us everything. Like, we would literally take them out to eat on the side. Like, nigga, let's go out to eat. Nigga, we go get the whip. Let's go. Me and Boomy was sliding food, sliding money, nigga, whatever we needed. They didn't know what me and Boomy was on. They was like, these niggas taking care of us.
Right, fact. Okay. So once you guys went to the next house in Mexico, how was that?
Two different households again. Like one thing I started.
One thing I would say. If you're familiar with Shaka, his story has never changed. Maybe if it's a lie and he's sticking to it, or if it's the truth, Shaka's story has never changed. He's saying the same thing he's always been saying. I just never really heard from Boomy. So Boomy may have a question mark because he don't know how far to talk. He don't know what to say because he don't want to get caught up in nothing. But Shaka's story never changed.
Realizing what it seemed it felt like he was going to intentionally like keep more space between me and him. It's like the longer that I was there, the less I saw her. Like he started separating us. Like he put me, I'd be in another house, and I'd be kind of like in charge, like managing the other household, while he'd just kind of be doing his own thing in his own house.
Wow. So you guys were in two separate households. How did that happen? Like, who was with him in his household, and who was with you in your household?
Him and all of the wives in his household, and I want to Solar too, and I think not Lloyd. And all of the rest of the men, Mente, Loyal, Caliber, Price, Kite, and myself were all in the other house.
Okay. And how long did that last?
That was about a month.
Okay. And then, where did you guys all go from there? Did you guys stay in that house and he left and went somewhere else? Or how did that work?
From there, it started getting weird.
Okay, let's talk about that.
The men in the household that I was in, including myself, we started to be left out of the loop about what was the next plan of action of when we were going.
So he was trying to separate himself.
And then within that same time frame, unbeknown to us, I feel like True and them knew, but like Caliber and Price, me, Kite, he didn't know. This nigga next boy packed up and went to Puerto Rico.
And left you guys didn't know he left you guys?
Not know that he had left. And we had no clue where we were about to go next. And when we saw him on the plug. And when we saw him on live in a different house while we were still in Mexico, I was the only one in the house that did the math. I'm looking at the sunlight in his background, and I'm like, I think he in Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? So
he ran off on the plug.
Yeah.
Because you guys all were providing him with money along with the women, and he ran off on the plug.
Damn. He went to Puerto Rico, and then he organized all of the men to drive the vans back up through Mexico to the States.
Back.
Right? So, mind you, we still don't know where we're headed, where we're going. While we're driving through Mexico, I'm asking questions. I'm like, yo, like, where we headed?
Right.
Niggas going out their way and not let us know. And then, not to mention, they like, and Boomy, you drive. So by this time, they poking at me so much to the point where I'm seeing, I'm like, okay, y'all niggas going out y'all way ridiculously to just make me feel uncomfortable, to make me just get the fuck on. Like I'm just seeing it from all angles at this point. Mm-hmm. So by the time that we get ready to leave that house, I already got funds set up to be able to figure. I'm trying to weigh my options out. I'm like, am I about to get an Airbnb here and figure out from there? Am I about to go and figure out from there? Like at this point, I'm already unplugged from the shit. I'm just trying to figure out like how I'm going about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, it just seemed like the more that I stayed on point, the more I was being tugged at to make it seem like I was off, like I didn't fit in, or this, that, and so forth, without me even doing anything. And then I'm like trying to play intimidation mind games with me and shit, and I'm just like, I'm not playing with this. Right. So, mind you, when we was in Vegas, I told y'all, I let them know I had no passport. Right. So here we are driving back. They put me in the driver's seat. Not to add that Solar had came to me back when we was in Cancun about how we could be able to go to the U.S. Embassy and be able to get my paperwork in order. Right?
Wow.
I keep checking back with that. They keep putting that priority off, putting it off to the point where it's like time. So I'm like, these niggas trying to get me stuck up. They trying to get me caught up on some shit. But I'm like, it's cool. I'm like, I'm gonna rock it off. Fuck it. I'm gonna drive back across the border. And as soon as I drive back across that bitch, nigga, I'm out.
Okay.
So we drove We drove back to Texas. We crossed over the borderline. And I let them know, like, look, my time is up. I'm out. I didn't even make no long drawn out speech. I already had it built up. I was just like, look, I'm out. Y'all can take me to this phone store. I'm about to grab me a new phone. Y'all can drop me off at Walmart and I'll figure it out from there.
No 2-week notice, no nothing. Nigga, I'm out. Deuces. Okay. I feel you. I feel you on that one.
And they didn't give me no hard time or nothing like that. Like they called him on the phone to let him know that I was leaving. He ain't talk crazy and it wasn't nothing like they didn't give me no hard time.
And you a man.
He was just like, whatever. Daniel, go ahead, Daniel.
But like I said, they've been trying to get, I noticed for a while, they've been trying to present a certain scenario where I would leave on my own anywhere. So they was totally cool.
You was eating too much.
Go ahead, Daniel.
You pray in any way, mommy. Not at all. So I want you to understand that before I even phrase it. I'm just phrasing it more in the mindset of what I'm listening to and just trying to understand it better. The way you're phrasing it, you say niggas make, and you say pretty much you're making it sound as if you were under some sort of duress or something, and that you were made in the driver's seat. So talking to you so far, you sound like an independent-minded and strong individual. When you were talking from the beginning, you said that you had significant finances coming in there. But then I realized that your wife left, and that can put you in a mentally vulnerable state where you want to cling to someone else for dependency or be with them. What I really want to know specifically is, were you under some form of duress, meaning were you under some form of threat of injury, bodily harm, if you were to not do these things? Why are you phrasing it in the sense that you did not have control, but then when you said it was time to leave, it doesn't seem like you were saying that you were put with any kind of accosting nature. You were able to leave. So
he's gonna levitate, Jackie. I told you that already.
Will this entire time, but the way you're phrasing it is as you were being made to do it. I want you to clarify what caused you to stay, what caused you not to intervene with these things that were going on, and why specifically. Were you a victim? Were you held there? Were you under some sort of threat, or were you complacent or compliant? Or that's kind of putting you in the box. Let me not even say that. I want to make sure that you I don't want to accuse you of being compliant.
His hips too big.
I feel like, if you're not acting against something when it's going on in your present, that is a form of compliance. It means you're part of the communication. But that being put aside, without any nature, why are you phrasing it that way? Were you made to stay, or were you choosing to stay? Which one is it? And if so,
given the vulnerable space that I was in my mind, I was choosing to stay. Now the thing that I'm talking about, as far as like the weird energy that I started to feel, as I started to feel a certain vibe, like they were trying to irritate me to leave. It was almost like they was like trying to like set up scenarios to like without like me doing anything to stir up no drama. It was almost like they were trying to like stir up drama to constantly like make me feel as if like I was causing an issue or some energy blockage of some nature. So that's the type of mind control reverse psychology game that I started picking up on, that started getting heavier and heavier, that I'm speaking to, that I was like recognizing like, okay, I'm tired of playing these type of manipulating mind control, trying to make me feel like I need to work to fit in or make myself feel like I'm worthy to be. I'm done playing those games. But as far as like what I endured through and I watched that didn't necessarily sit well with me, I never was forced in no way, shape, form, or capacity to allow those things or not intervene into those things. Just given whatever vulnerable space that I was in, and however I was just trying to just go along with the flow to just try to observe and figure out like what was really truly going on. And like I said, like I'm not now I done went through the breakup again. Like I went through the breakup before I went, and then I went through the breakup like she done came and left again. So I'm kind of like, I'm just not in the real space where I'm like
kind of floating along. It sounds like.
Say it again.
You're kind of floating along. Like one of the people in the comments just made it that you are actually under mental duress, and that is a form of it. Psychological oppression situations will be that. You're in a situation with a breakup, you feel without your queen, you're in a vulnerable space, you're trying to cling to something, and it's like you were in a situation where it sounds like you also basically saying that with the environment, you would actually have been on some type of duress. If you were to intervene, you probably get your ass whooped by all the people too, and then you have nowhere to.
She could have got real.
Yeah, you got like, in one room that one person could tell you do anything they want at any given time. I don't give a damn how much fight you do. You got 15 people, it's 15 people. They ain't even gotta know how to fight.
Enough of them, you dead in the water. I get you. Okay, I get you, man. I get you, man. That's a rough place to be in. People don't necessarily understand. That's a really rough space to be in. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that people understood that, like you were under attack. I don't know if you understand it. You don't understand this shit till later on in life, and you look at it. No, you're being oppressed. You're in a messy situation. You're not just compliantly sitting there. It's like, well, shit, if I go against this crowd's going to go against me. And you keep
But Boomy had a lot of money invested into the situation as well.
Yeah, so you're financially tied up.
Boomy came in with a bag too, gave him a bag as well. You know, just come empty-handed. Like a lot of them don't do nothing because they came empty-handed, so they ain't got no say-so anyways and nothing. That's why a lot of them just go along with the flow and go along because they came with nothing, so he treat them like nothing.
Right.
You invested in the kitty. I've been there before.
Oh, he could be now because they feel like they owe him.
Yeah. Okay.
We keep there with owing you mentality. We came there with as equals.
Yeah, I get you. It wasn't like that. That's how it is in a lot of situations. It's messed up like that.
We weren't getting treated like we felt like we should be getting treated. That's why we left.
Right.
Then you were like financially tied in. You're kind of like held. So you're screwed. You're like, man, you had the bag. I can't necessarily take it from you, but I'm here. I need to see my investment. Also, you as a
and once I have like close people ever get to the finances like that ever again because I was the only person that ever done that.
Right, that makes sense.
So once that happened, a lot of doors for people, and a lot of people couldn't get that close to them. So you got to remember, there was a lot of trust issues on. I left with all that money, and all the other people started leaving. Then they came with me. Then we went on the internet while they were in silence. He didn't even know we were going to go on the internet. We went on the internet because he felt like we signed the NDA with nobody. So he felt like nobody would be able to say nothing. So Atlanta, and we talked about it. Star and the series came out and we talked about everything that happened in Vegas, everything that happened in LA, everything that happened, everything in Mexico happened. All the people, everything in basketball, all the bullshit they told me, we brought all that shit to the light that when we left, and we all came together.
I remember that.
Our non-disclosure agreement.
Yes, you made them sign an NDA.
Yeah, but like you said, Cherry, you put it out right there. Made them sign. They signed it under duress, which makes it an invalid document.
And there was no motorization of it or nothing. So we already knew it was bullshit from the jump. If you ain't
made to sign it. All right, I want to make sure I'm not vilifying you.
Everybody in that house was done under distress because everybody was under sleep, was deprived of sleep. Everybody was deprived of food at time because we would only eat like once a day. And when we ate, it was like we had meetings in between that, and then we had all that. So it was like you didn't even get to really enjoy that shit because you had so much shit going on, and it was just always constantly move. So it was like little rest.
One thing about that, you can see by the way you're moving now with your business, with your vegan business, everything else. You clearly have a pattern.
Daniel, I don't want to get off task. We got a lot to cover. Okay, we can give him the accolades after. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, you guys. I just want to. Okay, So, okay, Boomy said he was trying to be out. So you left at that point, Boomy, correct? You said you left?
Yes, I left at that point. And I was around the same
Okay.
time, from Puerto Rico.
Okay. And they went to Puerto Rico. Okay, so did you go back to Puerto Rico? Did you end up in Puerto Rico? You went back?
No, I didn't go to Puerto Rico. Actually, at that particular time, that's when I actually was able to be in a healthy environment with my wife. And we actually started to heal from the original breakup. We never was able, even though we reconvened there, we still never really got a chance to address our initial issues.
Okay.
Even though we had came together for a period of time. So it was like we had a lot of healing there to do. And then I was preparing for a home birth. So we ended up having a home birth.
Go ahead, Shaka. You want to add to that? He said he left Mexico, so he was out after that.
No. I was just everybody in the comments now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So once you left Boomy from Mexico, did you ever return to Carbonation?
No.
You never? Okay. So your journey ended in Mexico with Nature Boy.
My journey ended in Texas after the custom. But yeah,
Well,
Mexico.
but when you officially left,
Yes.
Okay. So your journey. Okay. So and your journey ended when you left in Vegas, correct, Shaka? Okay. So now let's get into some things. Okay. So once you guys both left, Shaka, you did an interview or you did a tell-all on YouTube with you, Natiri. Natiri Star Azim. Yeah.
Natiri, Azim, and Star. Because I felt like when I connected with Natiri and them, they wanted a lot. They had a lot that they wanted to say about what happened. But they were scared that because every time Natiri was live in that, you see how they do her. Get live. Stop talking. They not your family. And so when she came around me, she's like, "No, you got to talk." And I'm like, "Well, shit, let's go live there, shit." We was having some wine and we just shit and we just let it all out. Everybody got to tell their little story of what they went through, and the whole world went crazy because nobody knew after that shit would happen. Like, oh my god, because we were in such silent mode at that time.
Right. I was waiting for you guys to go live then because I was wondering what you guys were gonna say. Now I have a question about that. At that time, Natiri was so adamant about that he needed help. And she came from a loving place and she loved him. Did you have any inclination that she was going to go back?
Yes, because you know what? The one thing that she enjoyed was the sex. And that's what she always
I could have sworn I heard him say
like that.
stress, not duress.
All those girls was they fucking like a grown man. They felt like they ain't never really had no sexual experience. This is a man that came from the porn industry. So you automatically know where his mind is at when it comes to this. So he's taking these little girls there. You know what I'm saying? With no restrictions, no nothing. So that's why they all from I don't know. But I know he from their psychology when he taking some plan with their sexuality. He manipulating them to do all these things. He telling them about how the anal is the fruits of God or whatever the fuck he be telling them.
Right.
Do all this anal sex with them and shit like that. Shit, why?
Right. So do you believe he has
from
a
the
sex
purple
demon?
couch? Yes. Welcome.
For sure. I believe the porn industry dogged him out and he out here dogging out everything at this point, just like the way he got dogged out. They just slut walked him and he slut walking everything he can.
Wow.
That's the vibe I got from him. I'm like, bro, he doing like the same way he did him.
Wow. Okay, Boomy, so once you and your wife left, you guys began to heal. What were the things that you did to start healing?
We had to be open and transparent about like how we felt like we didn't feel supported in certain ways on both ends. You know, we had to like really like truly evaluate how at certain times I could be inconsiderate of her emotions about certain things. I feel like, you know, no, I don't want to speak for her, but if I had to, did you want to say anything? If I had to imagine, I feel like it's a certain like trust in me that I feel like she learned to grow more in tune with, as far as like I trust my ideas, and when I'm coming up with constructive ideas on how to make our situation more comfortable and suitable for ourselves.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So you kind of have to. Sometimes I can be more like super blunt and straight to the point when I have to get something done to make the situation better. She's more emotional, and I got to make sure that my application on how we're approaching things are, you know what I'm saying, like in a balanced fashion.
Okay.
So what we start realizing is, in certain ways, we were being inconsiderate to each other, and being able to listen and hear each other out. Because I feel like we both realize how stubborn we can both get individually.
Yeah. Okay, Shaka. So once you and Azine and Star made the video, Star stayed with you for a little while, correct?
She did. She did. Maybe 2-3 months.
Mm-hmm. And mentally, how was she mentally? How was Star mentally?
Star was all over. At first got there, she was cool. You know, had a great. I gave her space.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I said at first she wanted to be my wife. You know, she first came there, she didn't want to be. I'm sorry. When she first came, she didn't want to be my wife. It was just her to come there to heal, and I was with that. I was for that. Like, yeah, this is a free space for you to come here. You don't got to worry about nothing. Just do whatever is necessary. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I had right nutrients in the diet, making sure they're healing themselves, making sure she gets whatever medical assistance she needed, whatever she needed, we helped her with. You know what I'm saying? Financially, we helped her go see her kids. We got her flights to go see her kids. You know what I'm saying? We were just there for her in a time of need. And so she stayed as long as she needed to. But then me and her got into it. You know what I'm saying? Her masculine energy was too much for me, and she had to go.
Yeah. Okay, so she left. Okay. Have you talked to Star since she left?
I'm not him, and I'm like, bro, look, I'm gonna only be me. I can't be him. If that's what you're looking for, you in the wrong place. Like, I'm here.
Unmuting real quick.
Say that again.
Can you try muting yours and unmuting it real quick? Mute it on your end, because we're having an echo. I'm just trying to see if the cache is built up too much and is lagging. So I wanted to see if you mute yours and then unmute it. Will it clear it?
You want me to mute?
I want everybody to mute their body to mute and then unmute it real quick.
I can hear everybody.
It's not that it's echoing for me. Do you guys hear the echo?
You need to turn down the other device.
I don't have it up.
Okay. I don't hear an echo.
I've been muted.
Yeah, I muted mine too. Okay, I was trying to see if it was 50, because I can hear the echo on mine. I don't know why. Okay.
God says it's echoing. I don't hear an echo on my end. I have on earphones. Oh, everybody says it's echoing.
Y'all keep saying in the comments it's me, but I've been muted though this whole time. Y'all keep saying.
No, they said it was the host.
Saying it's Shaka. Well, like right now I'm speaking, there's no echo, so it must be Shaka.
I'm unmuted. Can you guys still hear the mute?
No, we're still clean. Oh, now I hear it. Oh, okay. They wanted to derail it.
Can you hear me? You guys can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and it sounds good. Okay.
Okay, cool. I went to the headphones and see if that was working.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. I think we good now. I think it might have been me, yeah.
All right. Okay. So, Shaka, you said Star left and mentally, you said she was all over the place and she left. Okay, and so what have you and Nazim been doing to heal?
I mean, we didn't really have much to do. Like, I think our communication was great at the time while we were there and after we left. I think we always had great communication. That's why we've been together. This is our 6th year together now. So I think we just always had that connection, and we kept that connection while we were there. Even though we were separated a lot there, we always was like fill each other in on what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And the most important thing is communication with your spouse. You got to have communication. You got to be solid, and y'all got to trust each other in every situation, no matter what. Even if y'all not together in the same room or in the same house, y'all know how to communicate, even just with eye contact. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times I would communicate how I feel right to her in the other side of the room. So I think we just stayed connected and stayed in tune with what we did best, and we just been doing that. It's just a pure love energy that we got for each other, and we trust each other. So I don't really think we had to do much but just stay together.
Absolutely, I agree. Okay, so now I do have a question for you and Boomy. What would you suggest to a young girl, a young man who's looking for spirituality, and what would you suggest for them, you know, how to find their spirituality, and what would be the red flags that you would tell them to stay away from so they don't end up in the same situation that you and Boomy ended up in?
Those finding spirituality, I think you need to go within yourself. I think everybody trying to go outside of themselves, and when you do that, you find other shit. And when you go in yourself, you get everything that's of you. And the only thing that's gonna come back is what you give to yourself. You gotta love yourself 100%, and you gotta love yourself and your choices at this point. I think waking up and finding your purpose, you gotta have a mission. Instead of mission, when you find a relationship with somebody, y'all gotta have a common mission in order for y'all to stay together. So even as an individual, you have to have your own common mission, so that when you find that one person or you find that group that you want to attach yourself, you still have that special thing about you that makes you you, and that's what you add to the group, or you add to your family, or you add to your friends, or you add to whatever it is your special. So you need to tap into you and get your special and pull that out, and don't let nothing stop you or nothing cover that up. A lot of people got a lot of shit on top of their special, and they don't know how to remove that to get back to the original being. So remove shit, stop adding all the shit, remove shit, and get back to the original you. And you're gonna be the best. You're gonna find the best person you can ever find is yourself. And you're gonna be able to love your skin and love everything about yourself. And anytime, no matter what nobody think, you don't give a fuck, because you got a relationship with yourself that can't nobody come between, because they wasn't there to build it.
Facts. Okay, Boomy. Well, go ahead.
Another thing I wanted to add to that is, you know, sometimes you do need, you know, someone to help guide you, or someone to share some wisdom on you, to help, you know, direct you. But even when you seek out for that, you gotta keep reciprocity in mind. You have to keep balance.
Yeah.
Nobody that has additional wisdom to offer to you is going to make you feel less of yourself to help build you up. You know, so you gotta make sure that even when you're looking for other wisdom outside yourself to help you, to guide you, you know, at no one point, even if you're totally ignorant to what you're trying to figure out, will someone wiser to you with your best interests at heart is gonna put you in a position where you gotta degrade yourself. You gotta, you know what I'm saying, to build yourself up. So I would encourage them to beware of that. Never get so never put somebody else so high up on the pedestal that you forget that you deserve respect first, regardless of what level you're at.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I want each of you to give me 5 red flags that you can come up with, to where these 5 things you told this. If you told anybody, say, be aware of these 5 red flags so you do not become a victim of a cult. What are 5 red flags that a cult possesses?
Hey, Maya.
Well, that's hard, because you know everything we do is cult-like. You know what I'm saying? Like, we create cult-like. Even with my cooking, like, I want to create a cult-like following. So it's like hard to say, like, 5 red flags on what a cult is, because you got to. I think the things that I would watch for is don't fuck with people that don't fuck with you. Don't fuck with people that don't think like you. I think that once we start to get in that mindset, then we will eliminate a lot of issues in our lives, because if nobody is supporting you, then why would you deal with somebody that doesn't want to see you win? Put yourself and surround yourself around people who want to see you win, and you're going to always find yourself in the best for you. Make the best choices for you at all times. Be present in your choices. Be present in your day-to-day to understand with intentions your choices and the things that you have to face, and make the best. You may not have that many choices in your day, but make the best choices out of those choices. And I think that's what's going to put you ahead of everything.
And nature, where my
the United States is a cult. Like, to follow anything that you do in the United States would be like saying we don't need to do none of that shit. So at the end of the day, just like they said, know your worth and what and your value and everything, and you're going to be the best everywhere you go.
Okay. What would be 5 red flags that a cult possesses?
Clarity on what you were just talking about then. Your question specifically, guys.
There are no red flags because they all are cults. They all want to be the master. They all want to be the master. So why would they tell you what not to do if they're looking for people to come into their cults? They may not be extreme as Nature Boy, but they all are the same. They all are the same. They want to be the power teacher. Like, nobody want to open a book no more. Nobody wants to open the book. Hey, Patricia. Hey, Front Top. Nobody want to open a book. Nobody don't want to study. Nobody don't want to put their own work in. Nobody didn't want to finish school, but they want to go in a cult and still got to learn. So, mothers, even though I'm being very sarcastic, you got bad children, send them to a cult. Send them to a cult. They'll learn then. They don't want to learn in school, but they'll learn them 5 sciences and stuff. Send them on to a cult. They'll be the smartest kids ever. No, I'm joking. I think I'm going to have a BF. I'm trying to work, and all I hear is come. Don't they see I'm busy? Just because people don't agree with you doesn't mean they're all in a cult. No, they're all in a cult, Jackie. If everyone is thinking alike, then someone isn't thinking, oh, that's right, baby. No 2 people will always agree. Go walk on the plank. But see, Keys, and that other guy play a big part in that too. I forgot the other guy, but the one who spoke Spanish. They play a big part in that too. I have to find that interview with Keys. I don't know which video is on, but I have to find that interview. That's a lost interview that I have. Wonder will he be charged? No, no. They want to smoke and drink up. No, he won't be charged. It was a whole different crew. Tron Ad, they're gonna bring Tron Ass back. He's back. Serenity back. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's a lot of people to bring back. Bacon Soda, Bacon Piggy, whatever her name is. They bringing her ass back. They bringing that whole crew back. They all thought they went to Hawaii, and they all out of no.
Talking about red flags, you would find a cult for you. Cult is an organization that goes in and takes away your will and your ability to function on your own without conforming to their request. That's what called it specifically, not in your sense you're talking about the group or a gathering or a commune. It sounds similar, but they're different because the commune you have your own choices. He's specifically asking about 5 red flags for
okay, baby.
I'm gonna give you some examples of what those kind of red flags are. Mission of will, without compensation for it. Youth mentality that is not supported by accolades, but is being forced. People wanting you to come in and give away your assets without giving you
Daniel,
any
you're
payment.
going in and out, my love. You're going in and out.
Y'all hear me now? Is that better?
Yes, much better. Go ahead. Repeat what you just said.
Examples of what a cult red flag would be. So to be very clear and specific, what you're talking about is you say you like a cult-like atmosphere for your stuff. It's not a cult-like. So the cult would mean that you would be something that you were taking away people's will. You're all about saying us build together. So to make sure that your words are being held clearly, you're not about that. The cult is going to be in a negative sense. Yes, the United States does have a group mentality. The cult would. So
correct.
There's definitely some shit about that. But yeah, I want to make sure y'all you got to say those are the red flags he's talking about. Like when you got in there, you see this happening. It's like, whoa, why are they doing this specific thing? That kind of information would really help out a lot of people because like you were mesmerized by it. Like now you have to ask yourself, damn, why? What did I see?
I got a few. So one, if the leader or so-called leadership is encouraging you to believe in them more than believing in yourself, automatic red flag. Did y'all hear me?
Yeah.
If the organization is forcing you to do things against your will, it's trying to make you feel like at every time you feel like an opposing vibe, they're trying to play mind games with you like you're tripping or you off a red flag. If they're like, you just mentioned one that I'm a recycle and throw in the mix because it was a good one. If a motherfucker like, you got to put all your motherfucking money and resources and shit in the motherfucking bag, and you don't got no flexibility to have your own, do your own thing. Because I'm all about cooperative economics and us pooling resources, because that's what me and Shaka are doing right now with his restaurant. You know, we're collaborate. You know, if something is telling you like you gotta put everything in blindly and not have no flexibility on your own, red flag. If there's a tone of sexual favors being an automatic upon being a part of the collective, automatic red flag. If someone is presenting an idea of accepting you as a lover into their reality, like
hold on, boom, 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 boom. Hold on, boom. Hey, Kiki. First of all, when you talking about after you're in the cult, red flags mean before you get in the cult. Come as you are may be a red flag. Are you looking for spiritual guidance? May be a red flag. Leave your kids and serve humanity. That might be a red flag. He's speaking upon all the red flags once you're already in. A red flag means I see this, I'm not effing with you. That's a red flag. Do it for humanity. Oh, our government is this and our government is that. That's a red flag. Do you want to serve? That's a red flag. My name is Master Teacher blank blank. That might be a red flag. You know, let's live in a world where it's just peace and no government and just us. That's a red flag. So red flags mean, but they're not naming the things that would entrap you. Like people being really nice to you in the beginning and want to give you some knowledge you didn't ask for. That's a red flag. And this is what we learned with my group. Come on to my group. You'll love my group. You know, that's a red flag. See, y'all getting y'all red flags. See, once you're already in, it's too late. Then you gotta do what the master teacher say. Yeah, you'll be passing around Sally. You're gonna do all these things. The thing is to teach people what to listen for, so you will know that this might be a cult. I think I'm gonna go to the other side of the street and leave them over there. When people talking about building a community outside of a community, that's a red flag. We're gonna have our own community, our own rules, our own regulations. That's a red flag. Hey, Kiki. So, I know what he's saying. What he's saying is absolutely right. But that's after you're in the cult. Our job is to keep people from getting into cults. Oh, this happened when you was young. And what's that? What is there to like about them? What is there to like about them? Yes, a lot of red flags. And these same red flags too. You gotta remember, you got Nature Boy that deals with people, and you got narcissistic people that deal with one person. They all predominantly say the same bullshit. Bullish. They all predominantly say the same bullish. They come off really intelligent. And they make you think that you have to learn from them. Like the only way to get this information is from them. So again, you have to, when you're meeting men or women in the street, and you're thinking, oh my God, they're so intelligent. I love being around this person. Red flag. Red flag. And somebody is saying to you, this is where I got my information from. Hey, check this book out. And you read that book for yourself and y'all discuss the book, that's not a red flag. If somebody's giving you information and saying, hey, check this out. Oh, this book is good. That book is good. That means you're doing it on your own time and you're going to come to your own conclusion. That's not a red flag. But when somebody's telling this is my information and they start regurgitating stuff, like nobody takes the time and see where that information came from, because we're in 2022. There is no new information. Maybe tomorrow may be some new information, but not today. Not today. When you're speaking upon the 3 and the 3 or the 666 or whatever, when they're talking about your body, that information been out forever. That's in books. That's in school books already. It didn't come up with that information. But nobody takes the time to study the person who's talking to them. Nobody takes the time to study the information that somebody is telling you, so you can find out where they got that information from. So then you will not see them as God no more. You will not see them as the master. You will not see them as he's the smartest person ever, and I need to learn from him. Exactly. All info is usually derived from old info, but nobody takes the time. And then quotes are simply recycled. The leaders, members, and increasingly sick doctrines and beliefs may slightly change, but the methods and pathology stay the same. Bam, bam, and bam. I'm going to talk about solar on the next video. I'm talking about solar on the next video. All right. Soon as we get off here in about maybe 5, 6 o'clock, we're going to come back on and we're going to talk about Mr. Sassy. We're going to talk about Mr. Sassy.
Like putting you in position like a queen of this, that, and so forth. And y'all haven't even taken the time to meet each other, fill each other out, know each other really in real time, real life. Red flag. Because at that point, they're looking to take advantage of your insecurities, of them being able to manipulate you from a distance. Because they already, anybody in their right mind should know that if we're encouraging the idea of you being my mate or my partner, we got to know each other in real life to even weigh out if that's even possible. And another one that I would throw out there is if someone is making it a rule for you to not be able to be in contact with your family, regardless of how toxic that family is, it has been. Because I'll be honest with you, we all deal with a lot of different, I ain't gonna say we all, but a lot of us deal with a lot of different toxic things within our family structures. But that's not to say that we should try to find a group of people to isolate ourselves from having to deal with our own bloodline and the issues that we got going on in our own family, in our own bloodlines, because that's how you really heal generational curses. Like the issues that we grew up through aren't going anywhere if I just be like, fuck all of my brothers and sisters and shit like that. And I'm,
you can't really heal generational curses, but you can do better. You can do better, but in all reality, you can have children, you can raise them the best way you want to raise them, the correct way, and they may still do what they want to do. They may still do what they want to do. Certain things is not curses. We got to stop saying generational curses. We got to start saying generational behavior. It's a behavior issue. A behavior issue and how people act and a curse is two different things. See, get that word curse out of your mind. It's not a curse. It's their behavior. It's how they think psychologically. It's how they deal with things. It's not a curse. It's not a curse. So you may want to think differently and your behavior may be different, but that's you. Because see, you cannot get away from outside people. People may think, oh, we got this. Ain't none of y'all owning, as besides them, what you call them people? God dang it. But it's crazy what go up. What you call them damn people? Why? It turns into a cult because they want to reinvent the wheel. The word of God wasn't meant to be rewrote, changed. That's right. Do not add or take anything away from God's word. Hello. That's what he said. But you're still going to deal with people because you need this thing called currency. That's money. You need to survive. You cannot be separate. So your kid is going to meet people. You don't know if your kid is going to follow your rules or peer pressure from somebody else. You don't know they met a friend somewhere. You can't fully keep control over people for so long. Me and my dogs in the background, they're popping on trees. I'm grounded. We damn near. Everybody gonna disagree. It's okay. But I'm saying for regular people, following any one of them go against you. Following anything go against you. May think this is you, but how many times do you hear this how I was raised? Or this is a tradition. And when somebody go against that, they want to kick you out the family and all that other stuff. Because they want you to agree with whatever religion, tradition, whatever that they want you to. But in reality, it goes against you. God told you, do not follow no man. So the point, if you don't know no other part of the Bible, just say God. When God said don't follow no man, he mean don't follow no man. You break God's rule when you do that. I keep telling you guys, God didn't even want you to follow his son. He didn't even want you to follow his son. He wanted you to follow his son's teachings. He went and took his son home. Like, I give you the instructions. These are the instructions. If you follow these laws, statutes, and commandments, these rules, regulations, whatever you want to call it, you will live a better life. He never said follow nobody. Now, even with Abraham, yeah, they was following him, but they wasn't really following Abraham. God was giving Abraham instructions because he had a destination for them to go. He had a destination for them to go. Abraham was supposed to take them to their homeland. That's what happened there. So all of them had to go as a people. So the minute somebody says follow, no. You know why? Exactly. But you know why you're not supposed to follow people? Because if God gave you free will, who was man to take it away? God gave you free will. That's why we're in all this madness now. Because we following other people doing their will, but not God's will. And God gave you free will. So sometimes when people trying to tell you, don't do this, don't do that. I'm not saying don't listen to your elder. I'm not saying don't take good advice. I'm not saying that don't learn from people that was here before you or after you, because everybody got something to teach. But that's life. When I mean when they want your life to be just totally about their life and how they want things, it's time for you to run. It's so many people trapped off. And all these different traditions, religions, and everything, there's a lot of sad people in this world. There's a lot of sad people in this world because they got to follow everything to the T. But in their mind, I want to do this. I want to do that. I wish I could do this. I wish I could do that. I wish I can go talk to this person. But I can't talk to that person because who I follow won't allow me to do that. Can you imagine? Everything you want to do go against your own religion or your own teachings. Exactly. And I three-peat. No human is the chosen messenger for God. That part, period. Well, we're gonna finish with this up, but we gotta put our own little lessons in here too.
You know what I mean? So that's the big red flag. You don't want no one to encourage you outside of your family to isolate you from your family.
Right. Damn right.
Yeah.
Damn right.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for that.
Good
I
job,
appreciate
Boomy.
that. Okay, I have one question though. One little thing I left out. Shaka. And Azim, please do not beat me over the head for this question, but I got it. Because you know I'm poly too. What made you go ahead and decide to have a threesome with Velvet? No, Daniel, I'm not asking you. Keep your male.
Okay.
Quiet.
All right. So it wasn't really like it just kind of happened. It was one of those things that like it wasn't like talked about. It was just like I was trying to avoid it. I'm gonna just say this. I did everything I could to avoid it.
So what happened? Were we having drinks? Were we having drinks and trying to get feeling good?
We didn't have no alcohol was involved, but we did smoke weed. We were smoking weed. We happened to be in New Orleans, and then she hit us up when we was in New Orleans. She like, hey, I heard y'all in New Orleans. Like, hey, y'all want to hang out?
Okay, Matthew 14, Matthew 4:18, and Jesus walking by the Sea of Galilee saw two brethren, Simon and Peter and Andrew, his brother, casting a net into the sea. They were fishers, okay? And he said unto them, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. 20, and they straight left their nets and followed him. Following him, like I said, there's nothing wrong with learning from an elder. He didn't say, follow me forever. He didn't say do all of this, and he didn't enforce his father rules, his laws, statutes, commandments on people. Because then now you would have to they didn't follow him forever. He didn't have them Jesus didn't have people doing whatever he said and separate. No, we were separate. We were separate. We was. But you making it sound like he meant forever. No, babe. That's not what that is saying. He's teaching. He's following God instructions. See, that's the difference. Men make up their own instructions and want you to do for them. He's doing, like, even though they're following Jesus, Jesus is still getting instructions from God. See, that's the difference. That is the big difference. Jesus ain't just make up this stuff and say, oh, follow me. No, he's getting instructions from his Father. So his Father is God, the leader. Jesus is not the leader. And they still have free will. Amen. Jesus is not the leader. Jesus was still a follower too. He followed his Father's laws, statutes, and commandments. Which Jesus said himself, I did not come to do away with the law, statutes, and commandments. Now let's carry on. If Jesus, people could say that, I'm not here to argue with that, but I would say if Jesus and God is the same person, then why would he call that my son? And why would Jesus say our Father? If God and Jesus, now he said when you come on back home, that's different. When you come on back home, but you're talking about in form of a man. If he is himself in form of a man, why did Jesus pray like everybody else pray? Why would he pray to himself? He's praying to his Father. And every time he was put in situations, the same way we are put in situations, we go, our Father, or God help me. Jesus did the same thing. So I don't know where they get that from, but if that's what they believe, who am I? I don't argue with people's beliefs. But I'm saying, if you think about it, why would we go, my Father, if he's talking to himself? This is the part where you're trying to put human understanding. No, I ain't trying to put nothing. I know how to tread lightly. God never, you can read it. And then the question that I said was, why would Jesus said unto him, I am the way, okay, the truth, okay, and the life, okay. But you see what the last comment says? No man cometh unto the Father but by me. That's separating them again. You just separated them again, Sat. You just separated them. You just separated them. You just separated them. No one comes unto the Father but by me. So is that a human understanding, or is that a scripture? I finally have social media. I'm talking about scripture. Everything I said is scripture. I didn't say no human understanding. Jesus did go, our Father. That's not human understanding. Every time Jesus got in, even when they was getting ready to prosecute Jesus, he was talking to his Father. He was like, God, I can't do this. Why you pick me? He was having a conversation with his Father. So I'm not putting human understanding on nothing. This is scripture, baby. So, Sat, you just proved my point with that verse, but thank you. Let's go.
Cool.
Look at Sat. Sat like Nature Boy right now. Sat in Google. Sat in Google. In Google, pulling up the scriptures. Give me this scripture that says that they was one. Give me the scripture that says it was separate. Oh, go ahead, Sat. Get that Google together.
So we always hanging out. We had dinner. We had lunch and stuff. We had dinner or whatever. Then we went to back to the Airbnb. Her and Azim vibe. You know what I'm saying? They kicking it. I'm just extra at this point the whole time. I'm staying keeping my distance.
Like what kind of vibing? Because I like women too. So
they just connected like on women. They just connected like talking about what happened. And the situation, because Velvet had just left too. So we had left. We had been out for a minute. The Velvet had just left. So, we was catching up on all the details of what they was talking about.
Okay. Sat always gotta stop my show. I'll be ready to finish. Sat want to keep it going. Most Christian theologians talk about the strange concept that Jesus. Okay, read the book yourself, Sat. How about that? People need to read the book themselves. That is the problem. You got Christian theologians that talk about it. Again, nobody read the book yourself. You just answered your own questions in the chat. You yourself answered your own question. So why would you talk about what a theologian does or what a theologian say? What did you read? What did you read? What part of the Bible did you read that he said that my son is a reincarnation of me? What part that God said, I'm coming down as my son? You show me that in the Bible. I don't do religion talk. I just do talk to make you feel good about yourself. Sometimes it involves the Bible because the Bible make you feel good. People got to read the book. Stop talking about what somebody said. Everybody got a Bible in their house. Was used to. I don't know about now. But back in the days, everybody had a Bible in their house and never opened it. Everybody got the special Bible in their house and never opened it to read nothing themselves. It's always somebody said, pastor said, this one said, that one said, and they never opened the Bible themselves. But to read the scripture that the pastor said, but they don't get on into it themselves. You just answered your question again, Sat. Okay, Jesus said you can't go direct to God. You got to come through me. So again, you answered your own question. The scripture right there is separating them. Karen, I'm gonna beat you. You keep answering your own question. You can't go to my Father but through me. So how are they the same person? How are they the same person? And every time you show me something, you show me that they're two different people. Read the book. Read the book. Oh my God. They are endless because all you gotta do is read the book. Read it yourself. Any question that you have, read it. And the theologian said this. But every time you write something, you answering your own question with the right scripture. You got the scriptures that answered your own question about what the theologian said, and the Christian theologians, and blah, 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 and bloom and bloom. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go. I want to finish this up. It's almost finished.
I just gotta, like I said, I stayed my distance. And, that night, Azine and Velvet text me like, we got something to talk about. And I'm like, why Daniel calm down on me? And I'm like,
so badly, but she's gonna rotate
Daniel.
No, wait, let me finish though. So her and Azine text me. It's like 2:00 in the morning. I made a pallet, mind you, on the other side of the room. I let the ladies and the children sleep in the bed. I made a pallet on the side of the room, like, hey, look, I don't want to, I'm cool. I don't want to part nothing.
Oh, sad. Oh my God. You're going to make me pull out my notes and stuff on you. I don't want to do it, but I'm not going to do it. But think about the question you just asked, that. Jesus is half spirit. If that is who his Father is, isn't we all half spirit? That's like saying that we're not half, we're the same as Jesus. We are the same as Jesus. If you believe in Adam, isn't that God's child too? Isn't Adam just as much as his child as Jesus? So we all are half spirit. So who is our Father? All of our fathers are God. They not just say our Father. Our Father who art in heaven, our Father. So you can't say you speak upon Jesus like Jesus is not one of us. You speak upon Jesus like Jesus and Adam are not brothers. We all are half spirit because that's who we came from. Jesus ain't had no kids, but Adam did, right? Adam had kids with Eve, right? I know. I just gotta be responding because Sat is smart, but Sat gotta read stuff herself. Hey, DeAndre Miller, what's up? Sat gotta start reading stuff herself. There go my truly baby. Hey, sweetie. Y'all trying to get me not to take my old lady Nat to the next show. Jesus' father is not human. No. There you go, wrong again. So Jesus' father is the same father that Adam had, correct? If Jesus had the same father that Adam has, because you're trying to make it seem like Jesus couldn't have kids. Jesus could have had kids, but Jesus came to Jesus had instructions from his father. Adam also had instructions from his father. So we hello, our father. We all come from Adam. Adam comes from God. The same way Jesus' father is not human, neither is Adam. So who's Adam's father? So who is Adam's father? Jeez, God, right? Okay. So we all come from God. That's it. Our Father who art in heaven. It didn't say Jesus' Father who art in heaven. It said our Father who art in heaven. You know me, Nicole. Don't get me started. You know what? Sat. So then your father is human, but the father of Adam and Jesus were not. Hello is where you started from. Adam started from God. God let Adam procreate. Jesus had a different assignment. Adam had one assignment. Jesus had another assignment. And Jesus was in human form. Jesus could do the same thing Adam did, but that was not the instructions God gave to Jesus. Oh, Lord, let me stop before he called Kitten Hills. Bye. You ain't Cav.
Right in my business, I'm chilling. Velvet's like, hey, Tazine was okay to come give you a hug. So she came over to my pallet on the other side of the room. It was like at 2 o'clock in the morning, like, I want to give you a hug.
Wait.
I said Velvet asked Tazine at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
2 a.m.
Go ahead. Yeah, 2 a.m. They text me like, we got something to talk about. And then Velvet like, I want to come give you a hug. Tazine said I could come give you a hug. So she came and gave me a hug. And in the midst of the hug, we were talking or whatever, and she's like, nigga, I'm trying to be a part of y'all, you know what I'm saying? She asking me like, was I feeling her when I was there? And I was really like, no, I really wasn't, and she was kind of like, no, you wasn't. I was like, no. She was like, the whole time she would tell like everything that this is when I found out everything that she was projecting, because a lot of times in the house I was getting accused of wanting to be with her. And when it was really her shooting her energy at me, and the whole time I'm be minding my business and she shoot her shot, and then Nature Boy was peeping, and then we have a meeting, you know what I'm saying? Whole lot of fucking meetings about me and all the women, thinking that I want to be with all the women, you know what I'm saying? He used to make me walk around. I mean, I couldn't walk around with no tank tops on, no I had to be like dressed a certain type of way, big shirts and shit, because he felt like my energy was too big for the women. So when me and Velvet got together, that she was telling me like how she really felt, and so I was like, damn, that whole time you was really the one pushing all the energy over here, and I ain't never pushed no energy at you. And so I let her know that, and I was like, nigga, I respect you too much. I'm not with it. I don't really want to have sex. So I didn't really have sex with her. So we ended up getting in the shower. We all took a shower together. Her and my wife got intimate with it, and then we all ended up getting intimate. Like, we didn't have sex, but we all ended up getting like oral sex to each other and shit like that. And then we just went about our day. Like the next day, we just acted like nothing ever happened, and then we just, it is what it is after that.
Was it good?
Man, I'm gonna tell you, Velvet was sexier than a motherfucker.
Hey, we're here for honesty. We're here for honesty, okay?
I'm gonna be all the way 1,000.
Inquiring minds wanted to know.
The chiefess was right.
Right. She did her shit.
But I mean, it was cool. You know, a lot of people made it into a into this big spectacle, and then, you know, she ended up being pregnant after that time. You know, and they was all like, "Oh no, you was the one," and, you know, I let people run with whatever they want to run with. You know what I'm saying? I let them run with how they want to. I had already told them I didn't do nothing with it, but since the internet want to run crazy with it, I let them run wild then.
Okay.
I started feeding into the bullshit.
I feel you on
But
that
me
one.
and Velvet knew though. Me and Velvet knew what was the deal.
And you and Velvet are cool right now, I assume, right?
I ain't talked to Velvet in a while. I hadn't talked to her in a while, to be real. All the Bigo, it's too much. It's too many people in between, like all the Bigo and everything, and there's just a lot of drama. So it's better to just fall back and just wait till the storm clears.
Yes. Okay, I feel you on that one. Okay. Well, are you guys ready for Q&A? I'm gonna let people up in box 5. And go ahead, Boomy. Do you have anything you want to say, my love?
No, I was just basically saying you're ready for Q&A and drop a shield on me.
Okay. All right. Well, Boomy wants you guys to run him up before you answer any questions. So.
I am an official host, by the way. No.
He is an official host. Yes, he is.
My nigga's official Bigo host.
Yes, he is. Okay, Boomy. So.
Hey, but before we do that, I want to say thank you to Daniel. I want to say thank you to you too, Miss Cherry Boom, for bringing us on your platform and allowing us to speak freely and protecting us, because, you know, a lot of people come on here to bash us and to talk about us because of our choices, you know what I'm saying? And they try to hold us at a place where we were a year ago, when we've totally healed and we totally evolved, and we still out here thriving, and we still out here making major moves for our people and not just for ourselves, you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that's what we want to promote the most of. And so I thank you for allowing us to come here and to speak freely and allow us to express ourselves in that manner.
Okay, and can you just clear this up really, Shaka? Because I keep hearing people in the comments saying he's not perfect. None of us are perfect. So how do you feel about the mistakes that you made in the past versus now? Let's clear that up, please.
Man, you know what? Without those choices that I made, I wouldn't be the person that I am today. So I'm grateful for all the choices and everything that I've been through. I'm not gonna beat myself up for my choices. I'm gonna love myself for my choices, because those choices have made me stronger and made me a greater man than where I'm gonna be. And it's only gonna take me further than this, because I learned that, you know what? Don't beat yourself up. Love yourself and your choices.
Right.
And be 100% in your choices. When you do make those choices, know that you made that choice, and to get the best experience out of it, you got to be all in it. Even if it is going to carbonation, or if it's fucking you in jail, whatever it is, you make the best of that shit. And you're going to get the best out of it. You're going to always win. You're going to always come out and you're going to always be good. Nothing ever happens against you, it happens for you. So at the end of the day, when you know that, you live in this shit. And I ride my wave every day. It's a wave worth riding.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start letting people up.
Wait,
thank you so much, you guys. Yes, go ahead, Daniel.
Go ahead. I want to let you guys know the choices and everything, like you said, Mickey Bro. Call it crucible.
Thank you.
We're talking about going through a situation or a process in order to be able to grow. Your life experiences and this whole entire journey on this earth is meant, you know, to build you up, to show you what's going on. You've all made believe to be good at the time, but we had to find out through experience they weren't it. I imagine the aspect of the whole entire thing, and bro, I feel your pain. I totally understand, but like eventually, you get the I get it. I get what you're saying with the whole 3 step thing. But ultimately, you have to make those choices and then learn from them, go forward, and then take the time to do what you're doing right now and pass those choices on to other generations, so that everybody can heal from your experiences. Like Miss Cherry was telling me yesterday, it's like these experiences are things that you teach from. You don't just keep them to yourself. You say, hey, this is what happened to me. You guys own it up. You take responsibility for everything. You say, hey, I don't like what happened to me. This is what happened, and I want to be able to go forward. That's what makes you a king. Your willingness to sacrifice your own personal experience. Everybody else.
You're going out again, Daniel.
Everybody everybody else through service. You guys are choosing to do that. That's really, really inspiring. We really, really greatly appreciate it. I totally feel you with some of these things, though, man. Like, I wanted to ask you guys one question, though. I've noticed that you've mentioned being lit a lot, and it seems like right now you guys are both in a sober state. Not necessarily talking about marijuana, because the different effects of that cause you to be more down. For me, it's the stupidest shit. Like, I can't control my actions, let alone smoke weed. But man, I want to know during the whole situation. I mean, I seriously cannot keep it together. I have an addiction issue, and like stuff, not myself at all. So I've learned that harms people around me. That's not cool. But anyway, I wanted to know how often you guys inebriated. Not just you guys. How often was the general collective inebriated when these things were going on? Was it a common thing when you guys have a sober mind, or was it? Because a lot of times with subjugation, you want to get everybody outside of their compliant state. And you want to be able to manipulate them by taking away first their boundaries, their guards. How often were you guys lit? Was everybody lit when all this stuff was going on? How often were you not your pure mind? Was it often or what?
I'm gonna let
I know.
Go ahead.
Shaka was bringing it to my awareness around the time we arrived. It did seem like Nature Boy started to turn up on more hard liquor. Like he was more so into red wines, and as Shaka was bringing that up, I'm like, I do remember watching him being more into the red wines, and then we started getting more into the tequilas, and then he started getting more into the Brent, you know what I'm saying, the cognac, stuff like that. So as I reflect back on a lot of aggressive moments, especially like when I was talking about certain fights that was taking place in Vegas, there's situations where they would go out and have drinks and stuff, and I feel like there would be certain aggressive situations that would come out of that as well. So I wouldn't accredit a lot. I wouldn't credit all of the abuse and like unexcusable behavior to solely like being inebriated, but it does play a factor in encouraging certain situations to be accelerated way more than what it probably would have been if that wasn't in the play. Like for instance, July 4th, we was lit. We was drunk. It was like turn up July 4th, Independence Day. Not necessarily like sloppy drunk, but you know,
wasn't even celebrating.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But
we're gonna do Daddy Girl later.
I do notice that
we're gonna do Daddy
once things
Girl
get to that space,
later.
the potential of aggression does seem to, amplify.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that alcohol plays a major effect. I'm gonna say that alcohol plays a major effect because a lot of them are young and they don't know how to handle. They don't got mind control and they're already being controlled by somebody. So at that point, it just entices that for him now. Now he can really go behind the scenes and be the devil advocate. And that's what I noticed he was doing with Velvet. He would get her fucked up so that now he can do all the fucking devious devil shit with all the other women. So that's what the alcohol would be for. It would be to get her drunk. It wasn't necessary to get everybody else drunk, but everybody else was. It looks good when everybody else is drunk, but it's really just to get her drunk, so then he can go get the IS and creep behind all their backs. And that's what he was doing. That's what I seen. I seen us go that night when we was all doing them shots and all that shit. When all the fights was going on, he was also going around to all rooms fucking with all women.
Wow.
Behind everybody's back, and he's supposed to be in a monogamous relationship at this time. But every time we got drunk, he would go and he'd be like, look, nigga, send her over. Loyal, go get her, send her over here, have her wait for him. You know, he was orchestrating a lot of shit behind the scenes when people was drunk because he wasn't all the way there. He had a higher tolerance than they did. Let's just say that.
Mm-hmm.
So once they got there, he was still, oh, now everybody drunk. Now I can go ahead and proud. He was like a fucking predator.
Let me ask you this then.
He used the alcohol to fuel that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay,
During
Daniel.
this-
So,
Sorry, go ahead. Can we not ask now?
no. Go ahead and ask the question, but I'm trying to let the people up so they can ask their questions.
Okay. One thing I've been asked in the comments to ask you is that during this, there's a lot of group sex and stuff like that. Y'all had threesomes, whatever else. Did anybody take time to do? I mean, there's multiple different orifices. Did anybody take time to do paternity tests or anything on the children that were born during this situation? Have you been able to clearly identify by who?
Oh yeah, everybody know who kids is who's. Yeah. They didn't have no issues like that.
Right.
They were just making a big deal about Velvet. That was the only one because she got pregnant after she left Carbonation.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna start letting people up. Let me go ahead and let her up. Okay, come on, baby, ask a question. Hey, love, how are you? Oh,
Who you got a question for? Oh, okay. She didn't want to come up. She came up accidentally.
Okay.
Reagan 28. What's poppin'?
Reagan, did you have a question for the panel? Okay, let me drop you. Don't come up if you guys don't have questions. We already know that this is not what we're going to do, okay? Hold on, let me drop her.
Oh, I didn't even
Where the admin is at? Oh, what's up,
Yeah,
Reagan? You there?
Are you there, baby?
I
Did
didn't
you
know
want
I
to
had
ask?
to join. My bad, y'all.
Okay, you going to drop yourself,
You
baby?
got a question? Oh, shit. No, we guess not.
Okay. No question? Okay, who's the next? Double Ho?
They in the comments with the smoke, though. They in the comments with all the smoke. Where they at now?
Come on, Janet Jew. What you got to say, baby?
Yeah. What made you gravitate to nature boy? We already answered that question.
Yeah.
You gotta
okay,
come
Janet
up here
Jew,
and ask
no?
questions. We ain't answering no questions from the comments.
Janet Jew, no? No question, baby?
Yo, you said you want to come up. Well, shit, hit the box. Click box number 5 and pop up.
Okay, there we go. I just wait, hold on. Let me put her back down again. I just put her down. I don't know why it's not putting her down. She just sitting there. Okay, there we go.
Who is that? Sync Energy.
Hey, I just wanted to shout out everybody in the room for being number 1 on the heat list.
Hey, that's a fact. That's a factory.
Okay,
And
can you guys see that box? Somebody in the box?
And I want to pat ourselves on the back because not only are we exposed about certain negative aspects, we also, sharing positivity and we sharing about how to be solution based. So I respect that about this interview.
Yes, definitely. Okay.
We got something for y'all too. So
Yeah. At the end, is box 5 clear?
Well, shit, let's stick around and see what the hell going on. Shit, it sounds
Right,
like something going on. Show ain't over.
Okay, there we go. Bankable, what's up, baby? You have a question? Okay. Come on, y'all. Come on.
Why y'all playing, man?
Right. I'm about to clear the queue and start over again. Hold on.
Hey, y'all.
Okay, go ahead, baby.
Oh, yo here. What's up, yo?
Go ahead, yo. Go
How
ahead,
y'all
baby.
doing? Thank you for letting me come up here, Miss Boom. My question
You're
is,
welcome, baby.
do y'all think Nature Boy is gonna get out the stuff that he's in, or do you think he just made his bed and he's gonna lay in it right now? Because like he did some messed up stuff, and that they believe in karma. Like whatever you put out is gonna come back to you, right?
Yeah.
So what do y'all think about that situation?
I believe where he need to be at right now. He manifested this.
And I have one more question.
He could have went a whole different route with this whole situation and been good. Took himself out of the clear and everything and been solid and just sat back and watched the show.
That's right. And let me ask you this, because they also believe in breaking generational curses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's the baby there right now. It's Sheba and True's son. Do y'all think that they're causing generational curses for that baby because he's there, or do you think or do you think he's gonna turn out better? What do you think about that situation?
I think this is a part of his journey, and this is what he came here for, to go to experience this.
Okay.
And he gonna be all right, just like the rest of us. We all came and went through some stuff, but look, we here right now, and we still winning, and we still thriving. So I think he gonna be good.
Thank y'all. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, I feel in the long run, being that a lot of things are coming to a head and being addressed. I know it might not seem like it, but I feel like slowly the people that's still there are gonna start coming around. And,
they're young.
It'll pan out. I'm just speaking for Jaumi's standpoint, you know.
Yeah, because
I think I have deep compassion for what he has to endure right now, what he's been enduring.
Yes. Because I think that I kind of feel like he's suffering, y'all. Because True had said the other night he loved Nature Boy more than he loved his son, and I'm like, really? Are you that crazy? Like, are you that gone in the head?
He would be real
I believe that.
About that. He would be real open about that when we were there.
Because that was one of those relationships again that he put together. Go ahead, man.
When we was in Cancun, we had a moment at the beach. He was so frustrated that he was basically like suggesting like we should give Jaomi up for adoption.
Wow.
And even in that particular moment, even Nature Boy was talking him off of that. Like he like, bro, like even though Nature Boy, like, I feel like Jaomi off to a certain degree, he was still like, you know, like, True, that's a bit extreme, and he was serious. Like even the other tribe members was trying to like True, like, you talking about? Like, even within the tribe, they was like, you tripping. But you know, you get to that type of point where I feel like him and Sheba almost carry themselves like they regret having her. You know?
Yeah, that's what. You know, I kind of see that. But I have one more question. I'm gonna get down. Okay. Do you think the men in the house are bisexual? Or do you think they're straight? Because you know, Nature Boy had brought that trans woman in there, right? And he ended up having an orgy with. She ended up having an orgy with all the men in Nature Boy. Like, it's pictures of them. The trans woman put out pictures of himself giving them oral sex, basically. So do y'all think they're bi or they're bi? Or you think they're gay? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
They all recently came out and said that they were bisexual. Not only that, the trans, she was a paid prostitute.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, boo. There goes some tea for y'all. She was a paid prostitute, and they got her off of a site.
Oh my God.
Her name is Mariah. Yes.
I believe they all bi. I knew they was bi though. He asked them all that shit, like what they fuck with trans in Vegas, and they all sat there and said, yeah, and they got on me like, nigga, I was the only nigga was like, no, y'all niggas is wild.
Right.
Wow.
I'm like, no, I'm like sitting here like, nigga, I don't give a fuck who you, the Messiah or not, nigga, no. I'm not doing none of that. I'm good, nigga. I'm like, nigga, I was over there like, nigga, that was the same night we all got the same night all the fights. That was a long day.
You want to know what, man? You want to know what? I just remembered, like, he was at this beach in Vegas, and he was asking the group the question, weird-ass question, like basically flipping the script, like he was asking the men, you were a woman, which man would you want to be, and vice versa. Like he was asking the women, like if you were a man, which woman would you like? And if you and the men, like if you were a woman, which man here would you cling to, right?
Wow.
The women, from them being a man perspective, they're coming up with all kind of, you know, certain women, they just choosing whoever they mate is. Like, I would do this person. This is when it came to the men, when the men was like put themselves in women's shoes, like, who would y'all choose to be?
Them niggas.
Nobody gave an honest answer. Everybody was like, we would be with you. If we were all
that was the honest answer.
Wow. Wow. They was being as honest as they wanted to be when they said that shit. So they really want to be with him. That is just sad. Though you have to pray for those people.
Hold on, we can't hear you, Boomy. We can't hear you.
You hear me?
No, we can hear you now. Go ahead. You said your answer was
Yo,
what?
I'm gonna let you down, baby, so the next person can come up and ask the question, okay?
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you, Shocky and Shaky and Boom, for answering my questions.
Oh, no problem. You good. We appreciate you coming up. Okay, what was you saying, Boom? We couldn't hear you.
Could I throw audio, y'all?
Can you go ahead? Do you? All you're doing is asking the question. Go ahead.
Go ahead, baby. She said what? What did she say? Yes, we can hear you, baby.
Because I'm not dressed. I don't want to get
No, you can calm down. Calm down,
baby. Calm down.
Just ask a question.
Okay, just ask your question. We don't see you. Ask your question, baby.
You good. We can't see you. You good.
Okay, hi. You guys see me up here. Okay, the question
but we can hear you.
No, ma'am, I'm not dumb, so please don't do that because you don't know me like that, baby.
Don't read the comments. Don't get distracted.
Don't read the comments. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, I want to finish what I was saying, though. My answer.
Okay, what was your answer, Booby?
Let him finish his answer really quick, and then you can come.
I was saying that my answer was me. I'm like, I would choose Boomy. If I was a woman, I would choose
Oh,
me.
Lord. Okay, Boomy, come on now. Go ahead, Miss Rainbow.
I was tripping and out of sync for saying that.
We get it, Boomy. We love you, baby. Come on. We love you, King. Come on, Miss Rainbow. Ask your question, baby. Ask your question.
Okay, my question is for
Wait. Hold on, Boomy.
Okay,
Mute yourself. Hold on.
It's for 1 and 2. I'm going to ask 1 first. Based on the experience that you had with Nature Boy and the time that you were there until he departed and what you have seen so far since he departed from him, do you see him as a Jim Jones / the Charles Manson?
Yeah.
No, I don't. It ain't that. It ain't. I don't know. That's a hard question to ask because, man, I don't know. Shit. A cult leader, shit. They all the same, I guess. So I guess you can put it in that category.
Because if you ever seen, have you ever seen Jim Jones studied on him or anything?
You need to quantify that question for definition. Those people you're talking about all had murderous intent to commit heinous crimes. Now, they're not saying Nature Boy did some fucked up stuff, but you're asking me specifically, are you saying that he has the same quality to commit harm and murder to somebody? Is that what you're asking? Or are you just saying I'm not
saying that he will murder anyone. What I'm saying is that do they kind of compare him to a Jim Jones or a Charles Manson? Because we both know that Jim Jones ran a cult as well as Charles Manson.
I mean, of course they comparing them to that because they want to attach it to something.
Yes, Jim Jones had people to follow him just like Nature Boy. And he also had people, bringing their children, doing things, that they would normally do. And also to number 2, I wanted to ask you the same question. Would you compare him to a Jim Jones or Charles Manson? Both. And if you do, why? If not, why not?
Boomy?
I think he's muted.
Do I compare him to Jim Jones?
Yes, would you compare him based on your experience with him and since you depart and what you've seen this far by him? Would you compare him to a Jim Jones and a Charles Manson? If so, why or why not?
Good question.
I don't know what type of mental space Jim Jones or any of those other computers were in to be exercising whatever they were exercising. But what I can recognize is like maybe there's like some emotion. There's some like mental issues that need to be resolved.
Facts.
I don't. If you ask me if it's comparable, if we saying like Jim Jones and them had mental issues, I mean, that needed to be addressed. I don't know how intended Jim Jones. I'm not well researched on Jim Jones.
Oh, so you never researched Jim Jones?
No, he hasn't.
Surface, but I don't really know.
Okay, but see, I researched him. I watched his documentary. I've studied him and man. So that's why I was asking, because when I was watching Nature Boy, he seemed to have some of Jim Jones' similarities to me. You know, because he was like he's leading people to believe that he is the Messiah. And that's exactly what Jim Jones did to his people. He led them to believe that he was God and nobody was God but him. And he had them to bring their children. I mean, they worship him just like I see them worshiping Nature Boy. And sometimes people be so brainwashed, how Jim Jones brainwashed his folk into drinking the punch and they were gone, and then he off himself. So when I look at Nature Boy, I kind of look at him as being a Jim Jones, because he's leading people to believe that he is the Almighty and nobody is above him. So it kind of makes you wonder, and it makes you scary, like, you know, what is this reality? Because at first I thought he was just playing. But as I watched him, I'm like, hell no, he's really got
he's serious.
This nigga think he got free. You know. So, but thank you guys for letting me come up. Miss, thank you. I'm gonna follow you and
you're welcome, my love.
Channel. You guys have a good rest of your Sunday and be blessed.
Hey, I appreciate you coming up, Miss. I appreciate you, love. Good question.
Okay.
Good question.
Thank you.
You're welcome, baby. Next person. Janet Jew, you back up here again?
Now.
Janet, come on, baby.
Oh, I finally won. Thank you. What I'm talking about.
Janet, really? And I love my Janet. I love my Janet Jew. Why you
Where's
playing
Janet
with me
at?
today?
She been in the comments all day, talking hella. Janet, if you don't pop up here in box 5.
Janet Jew, baby,
She got.
No, Janet Jew? Okay, baby. Okay.
In the mix. In what mix?
Next.
You need to put out there like a
Somebody talking? We can't.
I think
somebody's
Daniel. I
muffled,
think
right?
Daniel talking.
Okay, he was muffled.
At some point, I want to hear them talk about what you're doing currently, because I'm really interested in what you're doing.
Who? Me and Boomy?
Hi, fellas.
Oh, okay. You said. I think he said he's interested in knowing what we got going on right now. Is that what you said?
Yeah, well, we can wait though until the questions are done.
Go ahead, Sweet Meat. You have a
No, I was just asking because it was breaking up a little bit. That's all. Go ahead.
Let me drop Janet Jew. Janet Jew is asking that. Go ahead, y'all.
I would like to know, during you guys' entire time being around Nature Boy, did you guys ever foresee that something like this was going to happen?
Hello?
I heard you.
Yeah.
I heard you.
We can't hear you, Shot.
Did you ever foresee that anything like this was going to happen?
Well, I mean, go ahead and answer first. I can't hear Doc for some reason.
I'm dropping back up.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Sweet Meat. Okay, let me change the boxes real quick. He got dropped. I don't know how he got dropped. Hold on. Let me fix this really quick. We're gonna fix this. Let me go back to 6 and Janet. All right, Admit, you're not on your job. I'm sorry, baby. I love you, but you come back next time.
In the meantime, Miss Sweet Meat, yeah, I believe they did, because it was apparent to them because they left. They saw something like this happening. They got their wives out of the situation. They left. They dipped out because they saw there was a physical problem. So, we need that much out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it almost seemed like he was pushing the envelope to be in this type of scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Good, homie?
Go ahead. What happened? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. If there was any chance before, did you see that his actions were leading up to what currently happened? Were there any indicators you guys foresee that being a possibility?
Absolutely. I knew that this was coming. We told him, and when we were in LA, that's why we said stay off the internet. Let's just go off the grid 100%. And he did it, but then he started doing he started doing all the fuck shit. So we had to expose it. And once we exposed, it was like the people knew now. So it could have been kept secret if we didn't. Nobody would have really been knowing what's going on or nothing. Something came up to us that night, and we like, we're gonna expose this shit to the max, and that's what happened. So we definitely seen it coming. We just didn't know how it was gonna happen. It was gonna be to this degree.
Okay. Let me let Keith, go ahead and ask your question.
I have a question. Actually, the two gentlemen that were there. When Nature Boy was having intercourse with the females that you guys cared about, did you guys feel some type of way?
Wait a minute. That's not what they said.
You said so. You said when Nature Boy was having sex. What? What?
With the females that you guys cared about. She thinks that Nature Boy had sex with your wives.
Oh no, he ain't never had sex with nobody I cared about.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, he never crossed that line.
He never crossed that line.
Like, a lot of people be talking about like how everybody's wife got violated that was there, and I'm like, I didn't have that.
Okay.
Why were you guys not, proper hygiene?
Say that again. We can't hear you.
What'd she say?
Why were you guys not getting proper hygiene?
No, I am not napping.
I was there. I don't get proper hygiene.
The others, but I know I had everything
I'm
I
not
needed.
napping all the time.
You have to jump up in box one, please.
Oh, good.
Or Boomy, it doesn't matter. Either one, I'm gonna open it.
It's locked.
I was about to say unlock it.
I know.
Unlock
I know. Y'all ready? Come on, y'all gotta be ready. One.
Yeah. I'm ready. Go ahead.
Come on, man. Go. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. I got it.
Okay, Carrie, go ahead and ask your question, baby.
Hi.
Hey, I got about 10 minutes left before I gotta go.
Right. Come on, Carrie.
Okay, I'll make mine quick. I just wanted to know, did you have give any explanation that how he changed his whole philosophy? It seemed like 6 or 8 months he was changing. He went from the Christ to Nature Boy to Chief to Baba G to now the Krieger. I mean, he changed his name and what he was preaching or teaching about so regularly. Did he explain that at all?
He was bodying them body. He was bodying the things. Oh,
That's a good one.
That nigga was like, they gotta go. I gotta go. He was trying to reinvent himself every time, but you can't reinvent yourself when everybody know you as this.
Look, I saw the Sonetta interview, and they had asked him after he said he was the Christ. They was like, "Are you willing to die for our sins?" He was like, "Y'all already killed Nature Boy."
Yep, he did say that.
Okay, I want to ask.
Yeah, once those identities get talking about police, he changed his identity because the police behind each one. Nature Boy, 3 guys, they don't know which one to go after. He give it a
right. Nature Boy called y'all stupid, ignorant. He called y'all kinds of names. Y'all wise. And y'all didn't do that. Why? Y'all was scared of him?
Tell it, Mama.
I never talked to me like that. The only thing he ever called me was bro. I don't know about all the other people. I can only answer for myself.
Do not disrespect her.
The problem with your mind is that a man.
They disrespect number 5. Kick the hell out of them.
Bye. I don't give a shit.
Okay, Mama. Oh, she sound like my mama. Okay, well, damn. On a Sunday.
What was the question though?
She said, did y'all feel any kind of way when he was calling y'all all out y'all name?
Oh, he never did.
I never got caught on my name.
I never got caught on my name ever.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So
I'm kind
it's
of new
only
to the
on the internet.
situation.
And when he did that, I would address him personally with another video.
Right. Right.
I never got
Okay.
that.
Okay, boss. Come
I
on,
just had
baby.
a quick question. Yeah, I wanted to know. You said that a lot of these people were young people. Where were the families at? Like, did anybody go looking for these people? And then a second question, just to add on to it. I know both are fathers now, right? So how would you deter your kids from entering this situation? My bad.
Keep being the display walking example of what the lifestyle that I see fit for them.
Right. I mean, for me and my kids watch me on a day that they see I go through shit, and they see that I have good days and I have bad days, and they understand that every day ain't gonna be perfect, and you got to be adjustable in this life. That's one thing I teach them, is be adjustable. But one thing about it is learn to have morals and values and have something to stand on. A lot of these people don't got nothing to stand on because they don't got no foundation. Your foundation is what gives you your morals and values, is what you carry on in your life, and you pass that down from generation. So I'm just passing down good morals and values at this point, sir.
Got you. And just curious, did any of the families, like I said, I'm new to this, so I don't know, but did any of the families go looking for these kids that were there? Because you said that these were young kids, so I'm just curious to see.
But at the end of but they're kids, but they're still 19 and 20, so they're still adults. They're young adults, but their maturity level is on 16, 17. So you can have a 30-year-old,
runaways?
Still have a maturity level of 14 and 15 years old. Yeah. So at the end of the day, even if their parents do come in for them, if that's where they want to be, that's where they want to be.
Got you. Good looks, y'all. I appreciate the info, man. Y'all be safe.
Yeah.
I have one more question, y'all, and I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna have one more question.
Listen, go ahead, yo, do your thing.
Do you remember the white boy that was there with them before Nature Boy got arrested?
The white boy.
Yeah, did y'all see him?
I saw him.
Do y'all think he was? You didn't see him? Do y'all think he was undercover? Because they had been investigating Nature Boy for 3 weeks before they served the warrants. And
I feel like giving.
What I would say, when somebody asked about that new, well, she's not new, but the daddy's girl chick, what we're not going to do is have her truly replace Nature Boy. We're not going to give her too much airtime, because then she's going to get more people. And her getting people is easier than Nature Boy getting people, because Nature Boy wants you to come to him. She lets you stay where you at. You still got to just serve her. So we're not going to give her too much shine, because then she's going to get worse. But we're going to talk about her. We spoke upon her before. We're going to speak upon her again. But we'll do that tonight. This one is almost finished. I have no idea what y'all talking about, but y'all carry on.
Nature of the charges, I can't say that white boy would makes a break of what was going to happen.
What the hell was going to happen? Yeah. I think it was the Terry. The Terry made a break what was going to happen.
Yeah, I kind of feel sorry for Natiri, in a way I do, in a way I don't, because she brought all this stuff on herself, But at the end of the day, she does not deserve to be, treated like she's not a human being, and that's what they're doing. That's what Carbonation is doing. They want to use her past mistakes, to try to crucify her because she told the truth about him, which is wrong. I pray to God that he gets time, and I pray when he does go for a bond hearing that his bond be so high that he can't get out. But if he do, Ohio will be waiting on him, because he had warrants in Ohio too. They'll put warrants on him in Ohio for domestic violence. So I just pray that he doesn't get out. He doesn't deserve to be out. He's a danger, and when he's with Carbonation, he's even more of a danger. So I hope he stays in there and let them people go home and do what they want to do. But good night, y'all. Thank y'all for the questions. And thank you again, host. All right, y'all have a good night.
Safe travels.
Hey, y'all.
What's up, Lolly? We're the host. The host muted her.
I know. Hold on a minute, baby. I was saying, hold on a minute. Do you believe that Nature Boy has only been investigated this short period of time? You do not believe that has been investigated for a period of time?
I believe it's been a build-up.
Okay.
This is a big build-up.
That's what I want to
They don't just
clarify.
come with no little. The GBI is not going to get involved unless that's federal. It's got to be on a federal level. That's the federal bureau. They got their own federal bureau. That's why it's called Georgia Bureau of Investigation. That's their FBI.
Right.
So if they don't get involved until it's big, trust me, I know they came to my house before.
So he's been under investigation. Can we all agree to that? He's been under investigation.
Definitely.
Okay. Okay, Lolly. Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, this ain't the first time somebody went to the police station either. They went to the police station before and tried all that shit.
Okay. All right, Lolly, go ahead, baby.
That's kind of what was leading up to my question. I wanted to ask if y'all were called to testify on behalf of either of the defendants that's going to end up being tied to this case. Would you testify?
About particular things that I can say that I
Only about
witnessed.
what you experienced and your experience that might tie into somebody else's story.
Yeah, I'm willing to be open about my experience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question, my love. Good question.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions?
I didn't hear the answer. All of a sudden, they mics mysteriously messed up. I didn't hear the answer.
Do we have any more questions? If you guys have any more questions, please jump up in the box. I believe we did have a question. Ms. Clark, you have a question, baby? Come up if you guys have a question.
Exactly,
if you have a question, come up in the box.
This thing is
outstanding.
I know it's locked, Danny. I locked it.
No, you
for a
got to
reason.
unlock. No, you got to unlock.
I know. I just wanted them to come in. I couldn't see it until. Hold on, I got it. I locked it because I don't want just random people jumping up in the box. That's what we had before.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was just reading. I'm sorry.
Hey, Latanya.
Okay, go ahead, Cream.
Respectfully, I respect the panel. I want everyone to show the wholesome love, but my opinion on the situation, it is what it is.
Okay, baby. Thank you. We respect your opinion. Fact.
Like, seriously.
I didn't hear nothing she said.
She was going into a deep question.
Hold on a minute, you guys. She said it is what it is. And she said, like, seriously, it's going to be what it's going to be. Right, Cream?
That part.
Okay, baby.
That part.
Thank you for coming up. We appreciate you.
Calm me down. Please calm me down.
Okay, baby, I got you. Next caller.
Hello, guys.
Hey,
Hi.
Hi, baby.
Okay, I have a question. I've been hearing that he's been basing everything off of white supremacy and white supremacists and stuff like that. I'm just wondering if that's the case, then what's Charles Manson? What's these other religious
That's the question.
people?
We getting ready to go.
That's the question?
Do y'all feel like it's based off of what they're talking about? Like they're saying that the white supremacists.
I get what you're saying,
down,
Miss. I get
and
you.
they're, that's why.
Please clarify. Okay, can you guys clarify what they mean by the white man?
Your boy put himself
him
down. He ain't got shit to do with white supremacy. That nigga just doing goofy shit out here.
Okay. Does that answer your question, baby?
It's actually the ones that are at the house now. Like they're the ones that are, they're at the jailhouse with him.
Yeah, they're repeating what he said. They're just repeating what he's taught them. That's all. They have to blame it on somebody, so they're blaming it on white supremacy.
Okay.
They're not holding him accountable for any of his actions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, my love.
I was just
Okay.
making that
Any more
clear
questions?
so that
Yes.
we can ask.
Okay. Thank you for coming up here representing. We appreciate you. Next caller.
How y'all doing? I have 2 questions.
Hi, baby.
I
appreciate the gift, though.
How you doing, baby? Do any of you
Welcome,
guys
welcome.
up on the panel believe by the end of this investigation, because they're investigating everything, they had to recently, somebody, I don't know if they did or FBI or whoever, pull a lot of their internet sites down. So do you think by the end of the day, the fellas that's there and maybe the girls will be charged with any crimes? That's the first question. Not just based
Man,
on
at
what
this
you
point, I
said.
think they're trying to get us all locked up because the people ain't showing no mercy on the people that left and that are still out living their lives and moving on and moving forward. And I see how they try to manipulate the conversations and to try to they try to make us say things that'll put us in situations that have us, you know what I'm saying, where we have to where we have to face some time or some shit like that. I'm trying to word it in a way.
Yeah.
Basically, people trying to catch ourselves up and to say things and do this, and I feel like they want us all arrested at this point. I don't feel like they care if it's one or they want us all. They don't just want him.
Yeah.
And it's not just stop with him.
I think he's gonna.
And that's the problem that I have with the whole thing. It's not. They're not just trying to get Nature Boy. They're trying to get everybody that's like Nature Boy, everybody that's associated with Nature Boy. It's gonna come into one of those types of situations. That's where it's gonna become a problem.
Yeah, I think you could tell he's scared of the police, and I just think that he is gonna snitch to clear his name. He's gonna put a lot on everybody else. That's why he get everybody to do a lot of his dirt on camera. A lot of it is not filmed. And I want to just ask you, I know y'all probably wasn't there, at least I don't know. Do anybody know if he actually threw that girl's baby in that fire for a sacrifice?
What?
Hello?
No, we had both left before Zoka actually gave birth, or that she was still she still had like a couple more months in her pregnancy when I left.
Yeah.
Her and my wife was like due around the same time, so I went home to deliver my baby.
Yeah.
From my understanding, the baby was stillborn and they took it to the hospital, and that's where she left it.
No. Okay.
There was no.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's a lot of speculation going on. I'm not gonna say nothing
Right.
because, like I said, it's a lot of
baby
people
in a
trying
fire. You can't just throw a baby in a fire, especially over Puerto Rico was still part of the United
that's
States.
called murder. Listen, I don't give a damn what you call it. Y'all trying to get us to talk about something.
Okay, come on, Miss Clark. Hey, baby, how you doing?
Hey, Mom. So
Hi.
that was actually my question. The lady before me just asked it. I wanted to know about it because I heard about it several times, about there being a sacrifice of the baby and about how people specifically, they've been naming a Mama Dia. She came up missing.
Okay. She didn't come up missing.
And that,
No, she didn't come up missing. She died in her tent. She had a condition that she wasn't taking care of, apparently. All of that is allegedly. So we don't really know exactly what happened. We wasn't there. All we can do is speculate like the rest.
Okay, so this happened when you guys weren't around. Y'all was gone.
Absolutely.
That happened long before we came. Mama Dia was around like 2017, 2018.
Yeah. That was the first big incident that happened in Carbonesia. That was the very first one.
Yeah, she was one of the originals. Yeah, and as far as the baby being sacrificed, I mean, you can't just be pregnant, even if you don't go get care. You can't just be pregnant and then sacrifice a child, especially when you've been on camera all that time and people were calling Puerto Rican police and so forth and so on, saying that they sacrificed the baby and that a baby was thrown into a fire. But they were constantly reporting it. They're always reporting it. So, I mean.
Yeah. That's how you know that there was no foul play going on, because they would have found out. They had child services come to the house, so many times.
All the time. So
that's another question
They
that I have.
could have dropped it off at, when you have a baby, you can just drop it off at the hospital in certain places and not have to say anything.
You definitely can.
They have so many options.
So another question that I have is, since we already know that the abuse was going on, does it also happen with the baby, with the kids?
You're damn right. It happened when baby dropped.
I mean, what type of
I
abuse
mean, I
are
seen
you
one
talking
incident
about?
where the baby got caught up in the situation and the baby got hurt. I seen when him and her was arguing, but when we got to Cali, like that was the first incident I seen from them two, like, and they had to get the baby out of the room because they're. So I seen something. But other than that, I don't think there's like where they're just whooping the kids or just beating the kids. Like, I don't see that. I ain't seen nothing like that. No.
Right. There's not physical abuse, but I'm sure the baby's traumatized from seeing all the yelling, hollering, and screaming and fighting. You know, you cannot not be if you're
anywhere
constantly
you go,
seeing.
anywhere. Kids see that.
Right.
Kids see that.
So I have another question. Somebody on here said that they feel like pretty much the authorities would try to take everybody down for this situation. Are you all in the line of fire with this?
Yep, and yep.
No.
Potentially, but I don't think so.
Yep.
And potentially means as long as someone doesn't bring your name up, correct?
I mean, they can bring our name up.
I mean, my name can get brought up. Like, even if I told my whole truth, I don't feel like I'm in the line of fire. But I mean, I don't think so. Me personally.
I'm not thinking I know something. I'm good. I'm good.
Kiki.
Right.
Kiki.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any more questions, my love?
Nope. No, ma'am. End the questions.
Okay. All right. You know how to drop, baby? You want me to drop it? Okay. Okay. Come on, baby. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful.
I have one question. Were you guys there when they moved into Cookie's house?
I was in Atlanta there with them at that house. No.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, I got a question too, but I'm gonna wait.
Who got a
Okay,
question?
next person.
You got a question?
Yes, hi, I got a question.
Hi, baby.
Do you think, with all that's going on, do you guys think that he may try to form a way of everybody going down if he goes down?
They just answered it. Can you repeat the answer for
I
me,
don't think
please?
so. I don't think so. I really think like
even the person that caused the charges of, based off of back history, to back history.
I believe he's gonna do Nino Brown on him.
You think so? Okay. I thought I was the only one feeling that way. Okay.
I'll tell you, the way I seen him wanting to leave everybody when we was in LA, he was telling how he wanted to leave everybody. He wanted to separate himself. He been saying that for a minute. He wanted to get on the boat with all his wives. He didn't want to ride off in the sunset. He was not playing when he told them that. And he showed them every step of the way till he got to Mexico, nigga. He rode off on the ass to Puerto Rico. He'll do it again in his courtroom. I'm telling you.
Right. Okay.
Me personally, I disagree. But what do I know?
I really don't. I don't put it past him because if he got going down, and for a lot of things that went down, and then I think he's going to try to take a few down with him on assessing to it.
I feel like he'll go down by himself.
You think so? I think so too.
You think he want to take all the credit from me? I did this. I did that.
I think he'll go down by himself. I think he'll go down by himself.
Okay. Good question. Good question.
I think he gonna put it up Brown on his book. He said he gonna go the other way.
I think they might insane asylum him. No, some shit.
Oh, they definitely gonna have to. That's for sure.
Could be possible. Could be possible. Okay,
He gonna put a part of his stuff.
I know you guys because you didn't do anything. You were not even there.
Okay.
Daniel, say that one
She has a
time.
question.
Okay. Well, it's really not a question. It's just a statement. I've been watching for a long time, maybe ever since he started this mess, right? And he's not built like that. It's different when you get in there with the feds and you being interrogated, right? Everybody's not built 4 times, right? So I feel like, everybody's not built like that. It's a whole different ball game when you're inside of that interrogation room and they throwing years at your head, right? So what I'm thinking is, what I feel in my spirit is, period, point blank, he's gonna try to incriminate everybody. So all I'm saying is, okay, it's okay.
I feel like anybody he could incriminate, they'll be willing to incriminate themselves and go down with him.
Right.
But you know what? Some of them, right? But I'm talking about he gonna pull out the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
He gonna get king.
I don't think so.
He started it with me. He started me off.
No, I mean,
I don't think so.
You saying you don't think so, but I'm telling you, everybody not built like that. It's different when you in the room.
No, I'm just giving you my opinion. I don't know.
No, that's fine.
This is my opinion.
Hopefully everybody can say, but I don't believe so, because he's not gonna. You see how he try to pretend like, okay, I'm so hard, this and this, and the first thing he's screaming is, oh, it's a baby inside, so his ass won't get shot. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't.
He sure did.
Right, it wasn't because Ja was there. He doesn't care about that baby. The point of the matter is he's not really built like that. So at the same time, yes, he's gonna go in there. He's gonna say something about everybody. This case he's been under investigation ever since Pop Marquez opened that shit in Mexico. So anything that's happened since Mexico, they got it. You know what I'm saying? So while everybody's talking, trust and believe, everything is being recorded. They are watching everybody and every single thing. That's how the feds work. The feds are not going to come if they don't have a case. They going to sit back for years and build their fucking case. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, even with the whole baby thing being on the floor, that shit wasn't cute. But I just really didn't come up here for that. I just came up here to say,
okay, baby.
Yeah. Okay. But y'all take care.
I appreciate you. Okay, my love.
Take care.
Okay,
Thank you for coming out.
Okay.
One thing, guys, to clarify what you guys are saying, it sounds like you guys are saying you particularly do not believe again.
Hold on one second. Can you mute the panel, Daniel talk, please?
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that.
So basically, what you guys are saying is that the reason you don't feel that you went against it is because you yourselves didn't witness or participate in any crime, so you don't have any fear of reciprocity. And it sounds like what you're also saying is, based on his character, that he is not likely to just go and snitch on everybody else. But what the people are saying is that they think that he is going to do what a lot of people do and pretty much go ahead and try to take the charges off himself and distribute them so that he has lesser charges. What you're saying very clearly, and that, you're not really addressing that. You're saying you don't think he may not do that, but ultimately you're making it very clear to everybody that you yourselves don't feel like you have any reciprocity against you, because you did not do anything, and because everything that you heard is all alleged, did not do anything, didn't participate in anything, and you yourselves are clear. So you don't feel you will get for anything, so you don't feel jeopardized by it. That's correct, right?
Hold on, let me unmute them.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, I feel like me and like Shaka disagreed on the one point. I feel like I said I don't feel like he would turn on people, and he said he feel like he would turn on people.
Right.
Yeah, that's not. I understand. I'm thinking that you guys yourselves are the ones that don't fear reciprocity because you
situation.
Yeah,
correct. I get where you're coming from, Dan.
Okay, we're gonna unmute Day Day so she can ask a question. Go ahead,
Let's
my
get
love.
it, Day.
All right, so I have 2 questions. So the first question is, so Nature Boy always talks about how it's free. Like if you want to leave, it's free to leave. He's not holding you there. Is it really just that easy to leave? Like when you want to leave and you're like, okay, this is not easy, can you just walk out the front door?
No.
I mean, from my
Because
experience,
they're
yeah.
gonna try to coerce you. They're gonna try to. I'm not gonna say you can't, but they're gonna try to coerce you into talking you into staying. They're gonna try to do all the little manipulation talks. They're gonna do all that. So, if you want to go through all that and you want to have them sit down there and the whole group tell you all this shit about yourself and all this, and that you're going against the whole thing like that, you're gonna have to go through all that. They're gonna put you through a walk of shame.
Wow.
But I can't share it. That wasn't my experience or that wasn't my wife's experience.
Okay.
And I didn't even get to that point. I just left on my own free will and accord, as I did as well. I just picked my own route, how I wanted to be.
And the other people that I experienced leaving, I can't say that was true in certain instances. When like when Mente was getting ready to leave in the middle of the night, and you know they would try to coerce you and shame you and make you feel a certain type of way. But outside of that, you know, there wasn't like no resistance to let them do whatever they thought they wanted to do for themselves.
Okay. And then last question, I'm gonna get on. So I know that some of the members y'all actually know personally and had experience with. So do y'all think they're gonna stay strong, or you think they'll fold if he actually has some time?
For me, I feel like I feel like a lot of them now would be willing to walk through the fire, whatever the fuck they got to deal with. I would be surprised if one of them, particularly that's present right now, like turned on him, like, you know what I'm saying, it was like looking out for their own interests or whatever. I would be surprised.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you for letting me come up, host.
Prada is a demon. King is not a Fed case. So if not Fed yet, then he can't rat nobody out. That between him and Terry. The loans will be the Feds. Mama God is going to take them all down. He said in the video we were talking about it. The caller got Shaka thinking, he know he fed. Free baby job. This is not a Fed case. How do we know it's not a Fed case? It's not a Fed, it's state. How don't we just look it up? We don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. We just know what they're showing us. We don't know what case they build it. And it may not be Fed now, but it might be Fed later. It might be Fed later. Maybe the Feds are working on their own case. We don't know. We don't know. I know, but 6, it might be. I don't know. I'm waiting to see. That's right, Shantae. We waiting to see the real charges. Click Nicole Lynch. funny, y'all too. Oh God, big mama. Oh, y'all know Nicole is cray. Y'all know her mouth is sharp. Oh my God. King, the hearing is about the charges made, false imprisonment and revenge. We don't know what else, Zach. People come, you gotta remember, people coming out the woodworks telling shit, telling ish. People coming out the woodworks. Lawyer is about to speak in no English. Oh my God. Y'all gotta remember, Nature Boy have a team. And a team, Nature Boy did not do it all by himself. Hey, KR, Nature Boy did not do it all by himself. And yes, some is going down with him. Nature Boy had accomplishments. Compasses. They're gonna keep his butt in jail and make it all the charges. They're not gonna let him out here flight risk. Flight risk. And then how many people already said, if you listen to the video, these women had X without them wanting to have X. Velvet said he made all these women have X without wanting to have X. They're all proving Terry's case. They are all proving Terry's case. Terry don't have to do nothing. They did it all for Terry. Dog, cat, get away from me. I don't like y'all. Bye, 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 bye. Mama God. But guys, I'll see you guys back at 6:37. We're gonna see what else we can get up to. Hell, I'm gonna hit you up. Peace out, guys.